We're going to call the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting to order here this morning, and our first case on our docket is case number 6572. Mr. Dixon, could you go ahead and introduce the file for us, please?
All right, case 6572, a request for 4 variances for an accessory dwelling unit. The site is located at 334 North Tannery Road, Westminster, Maryland, on property zone C, Conservation District and Election District 7, by Peter Denning, Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, Section 158.071.02A8. A site visit is tentatively scheduled for July 16, 2025 at approximately 9:15 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Site minutes. A response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Thomas Harris, permits and inspections. Comments: the owner shall obtain permits for all new work and the work recently completed without permits. Thomas Harris. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Laura Matthias, Bureau Chief, Development Review. No comments from Development Review. There is a response from Janet O'Meara, Bureau Chief, Resource Management. See attached, Pat Varga. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Lisa Staley, Carroll County Environmental Health Department. I'm sorry, this is from Anastasia Yemelyanova. The comments: the 5-acre parcel is in the Conservation Zoning District. The detached accessory dwelling could be permitted as an accessory use as long as it meets all applicable regulations pursuant to the code. The applicant is proposing to convert the existing barn into a detached accessory dwelling. The applicant is asking for variances of the variance distances. The applicant must demonstrate to the board that the variance will not be contrary to the public interest and where owing to conditions peculiar to the property and not the results of the action of the applicant, or literal enforcement of the chapter would result in practical difficulty or unreasonable hardship. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Lisa Staley, Carroll County Environmental Health Department. Proposed use may not be acceptable unless it is demonstrated that there is an adequate water supply and adequate area for the installation of an initial and 2 replacement septic systems for the proposed use and any existing uses of this property. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from J.P. Smith Jr., Program Manager, Ag Land Preservation Program. This property is not in ag preservation. I have no comments at this time. There is a notice of public hearing, June 30th, 2025. Hearing notice was posted June 25th, 2025 by Inspector Scott Robinson. Joe Vance sent a memo to various state and local agencies June 24, 2025. And then there is the application. Existing barn, 160 feet from the house. Barn corner, 40 feet from property post boundary. Need 4 bedrooms. Living area desired on ground. Road access level to be 1777 square feet. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
Do I have a motion to move the file into evidence?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. We will move the file into evidence. Before we get started, if you're here concerning case number 6572, make sure that you've signed in on the clipboard that's at the table up here. I'm assuming that you're Mr. Denning. Yeah, Mr. Denning, go ahead and come to the table, to the microphone. And let me explain for those of you that have never been to a Board of Zoning Appeals hearing before. The applicant will go ahead and present his case as to what he's asking for. When he gets finished with his testimony, you will have the opportunity to pay close attention, ask him questions of his testimony and only of his testimony. And he may have a witness that, or someone else that he may want to speak on his behalf. They'll do that. And at that point in time, anyone in the audience can give their opinion on the case, whether you're for it or whether you're against it, but not until that time. So after Mr. Denning gives his presentation, the questions are to be directed at his testimony only. Okay, and then we'll have summation comments, and then the board will go ahead and make a decision in open session. Okay? I promise you'll understand the procedure when it's over. Seems a little convoluted now. So, and the other thing is, please make sure that you've turned your any electronic devices to silence. And when you leave, please leave by the same door that you came in, so at the end of the day, they're not looking for you that you didn't turn your badge in, okay? Okay, Mr. Denning.
Do I turn this?
No, it's on, it's on.
on?
You're on.
Okay.
You're being recorded.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. The history over the past 15 years, my wife Sharon and I have been connected to retired Judge Galloway, present Judge Hecker.
Mr. Denning.
Yes.
Something I failed to tell everyone. When you go to the microphone, please identify yourself, state
Yes.
your name, your address, and your occupation, and spell for the record your last name, okay?
Sure.
And then you can start over from the beginning. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Peter Denning, D-E-N-N-I-N-G. We are at 5636 Hodges Road in Eldersburg, Maryland, 21784. I have been in construction, referral construction for the past 30 years here in Maryland, primarily Carroll County area. We have been involved with the Recovery Home Ministry for 15 years. And is there anything else?
No.
Okay,
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but thank you very much.
no problem at all. Over the past 15 years, my wife Sharon and I have been connected with retired Judge Galloway, and presently with Judge Hecker and Master Moffett, drug court and rehabs through the Shepherd's Homes that we have facilitated. We want to buy the farmette. We've been leasing the past 10 years for the Shepherd's House Men's Recovery Home. I would like to retire and spend the rest of my life with two primary focuses: our family of 8 kids and 14 grandkids, 10 of which graduated from Carroll County High School, and to the mentoring and coaching of the men living in the 2 Shepherd's Home recovery homes, one of which is on the 3334 North Tannery Farmette. Thus, I would be 5 minutes rather than 30 minutes from the recovery homes as well as my family's. We are seeking the variances to utilize the existing 100-year-old barn, built like Noah's Ark, as my wife and I's personal residence on the main floor at the access road level as staff housing. The variance 1 and 2, the existing barn is 160 feet from the existing home used for the recovery home, and the south side of the barn is 40 feet from the boundary. The third variance, we want to use the existing main floor, which is 1,770 square foot, for renovating and becoming our new home rather than just the 1,000 square feet. This would allow us to sell our home in Eldersburg, eliminating 1/3 of our cost of living, and thus make retirement more attainable. Variance 4 is we need 4 bedrooms rather than 2, and that we still have 2 kids living at home, one being mentally handicapped, and we would like to have a guest bedroom that I could also use as an office. Anastasia told me to be sure and communicate sort of a fifth variance, which has to do with the time frame of extension to get permits and work done, in that the health department cannot take perk tests for the new septic system until the rain season, which is February to April in 2026, due to the particular type of soil the property sits on, according to Matt with CLSI. And I don't understand the extensions and things like that. But that has to do with when we'd be able to get permits and get the work done in relation to the health department confirming a septic system, or what kind. We look to spend the rest of our lives in this ministry to men, as well as to our 3 families living within 5 to 15 minutes of the farmette. So we see an incredible place to have our great grandchildren to love and enjoy, as we would have plenty of time to beautify the whole property for all to enjoy, as well as the recovery community here in Westminster. My mother passed away 3 years ago at 103, so I figure I have 30 more good years ahead to serve my family and the recovery community here in Carroll County. Thank you for this opportunity to express our hearts and desire to build on what's taken place in men's lives over the past 15 years. I do have several letters from the Sheriff's Department, Circuit Court, Shoemaker, Mountain Manor, that we are still vitally connected to, that communicate the value of the Shepherd's Homes to Westminster and Carroll County, if you would like them.
Mr. Denning, you could, if you have copies of those, you could present them to Mr. Dixon, and he will enter them into evidence and put them, make them a part of the file.
It also has the business card and website for the Shepherd's Homes.
Mr. Dixon, how are you labeling those? Applicant 1?
Yep, it's all Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1? Okay, and we will accept that into evidence.
They're stapled together.
They're stapled together, so as one, okay. Okay, now, anyone in the audience can go to the microphone. Please identify yourself, name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name. And go to the microphone there between the chairs. Questions of Mr. Denning's testimony. And I promise you'll be able to give your own testimony later. I promise that.
I have some questions.
Stand there at the microphone so we can record every word.
Mr. Denning said he's been a contractor. Is he a licensed contractor?
Name, address,
Sorry.
occupation. That's okay.
Joanne Malinowski. I live at 344 North Tannery Road.
And spell for the record your last name.
Malinowski.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Denning said he's been a contractor for 30 years, and then he's lived on that property for 10 years. Well, he's been at that property. The property is in shambles. If he's a contractor.
Okay, question of his testimony.
I am. He
Yeah,
said
that's testimony you're giving, so questions
I
of
want to
his.
know if his intention is to fix that property. He's had 10 years to show his intention. It is in shambles. I have pictures here of what he's done to this property. This year, we know
No, this is testimony. So questions of Mr. Denning's, so get to your question, okay? And you can use all of that in your testimony later in the process, I promise you.
he wants to put in a,
No, it needs to be in the form of a question.
guide me here.
Okay.
I want to know his intentions.
Okay, there you go. That's very good. Mr. Dennings, can you go ahead and answer that question?
How he's going to go about these intentions?
Yes. Okay, Mr. Dennings.
Yes, I've had my MHIC license since 1991. We have only been leasing the property for the 10 years. The owner of it will not put a dime into it, other than the new septic system that went out 2 years ago that he pretty much had to put in. So everything is out of pocket. The house we pretty much redid to where it was even livable then. The barn just came with it. We haven't had to do anything to it because we weren't really utilizing, other than I just store stuff in it, construction stuff. My intention, and we have renovated a few homes, one of which you have on record, not here, but in the permit department, on Cleese Mill 2 or 3 years ago. And that was a rancher that we turned into a beautiful, added 1,000 square feet, second story. And so I'm not afraid to try anything as far as renovating and fixing up, but we have not had the extra money to just fix up stuff that wasn't ours. And we weren't going to put more money into it than what we needed to. The Legacy Septic pulled a permit to run the existing, to tie one bathroom, which was allowed for the barn, just as a workshop. They ran the septic line water out to the barn. Nothing has been done as far as going further than that. And the electricity, and both of those pulled permits. And we're in the process of the permits coming through as far as doing the one room inside for a bathroom. I don't know, does that answer the question?
So he had permits to do all that work? He pulled permits for all that
That's
work?
what he testified to.
You had permits for all that work?
That's what I was told.
No. I'm asking you, did you pull permits for all that work? The electrical, the plumbing, the removal of the regrading of the lane? You had all those permits?
They pulled them.
Who pulled?
The Legacy and the electric company that did that.
And the regrading of the drive, the common use drive, you had a permit for that?
No, I did not have that.
So that's illegal. Because to regrade a common use drive.
Questions. I promise you'll have the opportunity to give your testimony later. I
right.
promise you that.
Yeah, sure.
I have a
Okay,
question.
wait a minute. Name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Lisa Green, Leesa, green just like the color green. I'm at 338 North Tannery Road, right above the said premises. I'm a horticulturist by trade. I'm missing work yet again over this, but my question is, we have a legal right-of-way that went through the courts for use and repair. He's already kind of violated
What
that. But
that's
my
testimony.
question, I'm getting
Okay,
to my
okay.
question.
No, get your question first, not testimony. I want
What do
questions.
you plan on using for ingress and egress for the premises in said barn? Are you using the legal right-of-way, and what about our legal pullover by the barn?
The reason that I put in the access road so that they would have plenty of room to get to their property, and it's so much bigger than what the original one was, so that people weren't having to drive through our barnyard to get to their property.
Can you answer the question, Pete, why then am I still seeing people parked so that you created a new route, but there's still no pullover? If there was two people, somebody was parked by that barn like this, so we still had no pullover if Joanne was coming out and I was coming in. So why was that the case, if your redesign addressed that?
I have a legal, Okay, okay.
Questions,
Testimony.
questions,
I am
questions.
just up to here with,
Well, you will have the opportunity to give your own testimony, I promise you.
So
little
where
bit-
would you park at, Pete?
We have that access road, which is room for pullover.
Then why the other day did I have to go around and the UPS truck was coming down and somebody was parked in front of the barn like this? I mean, in the legal documents, that was our pullover. Years ago, dated, she has.
and it's still in effect.
So you're violating, I guess my question is, you're gonna violate that prior agreement we had with previous landowners and the and the landowners that live up the hill from you.
Well, I guess that would have to be addressed. You have more, now you have twice the space
Is
than
that
what you had
illegal?
originally.
Is that legal?
That is not what everybody discussed, so that's my question. You're planning on going back to court and redoing the driveway agreement? Or are you gonna build a new driveway down the lower barn off of Tannery?
Well, there is a road below that goes up to the barn, already there, the lower part.
You use
It could be used. However, I was told that because that's all on personal property, it's not really a state thing. It would have to be worked out with us. And we've provided twice the space for you all to travel on.
It's, leave it to testimony, but we got runoff issues. You've messed up the grading we had without a permit. You didn't call Miss Utilities, so you cut our telephone line when you did it. But that's my concern, is my
That's
interest in-
testimony, that's testimony.
I understand, but I do have to get to work soon.
Yeah, well, we have our procedures
I
that we need to
understand. I
follow.
respect that.
Okay?
But, yeah, that was my question of how he plans to get to the property.
I think we're into the point now, we want to give our.
No, we're not at that point. I will determine when you.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay,
we're-
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
No,
You meant you. I thought you meant,
No,
that was
oh, gosh,
directed at
no,
me.
no, no,
Okay.
no.
Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Denning's testimony? Seeing none, board members. Ms. Fordmount.
I have some questions. So you currently are on this property, and you have used it for the Shepherd's house for the last 10 years. And so it is, that facility is in that house,
Yes.
correct? So, and it has been there for the last 10 years. And you're asking just to take the barn and make it an accessory dwelling for your wife and your family, correct? Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Caldwell.
Good morning, Mr. Deming.
Good morning.
Question about where you're residing right now. You said when you started your testimony, you were living on Hodges Road. And I think I've got the answer to part of the question from Ms. Ford Mount was, I was going to ask about the leasing the property. So you're not leasing it for a residence, you're leasing it for a business.
For the recovery home. Yeah, we've been leasing it for that, yes.
So it's leased for that.
Not Hodges, but a tannery. You had
Not at-
mentioned,
Not at Hodges, right. But it's leased for the Shepherd's
home,
home.
or house, yeah.
But you're asking for an accessory dwelling to, if I understand correctly, a business.
To utilize the barn as staff housing.
Okay.
That mentions it in I think it's 158 dot something in the record.
Okay. According to your diagram, the house is located 160 feet from the barn. as opposed
The
to
house is, yes.
150, I think it said in the, one of the documents we heard, listened to. The other question I have is concerning the size of the accessory dwelling, there is a limit on the size to 1,000 square feet and limited to 2 bedrooms.
Correct.
50 feet from a house. So you're asking for variances for all of those conditions? Mm-hmm. Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Just one.
Okay, very good.
Thank you for your time. The question is, how many residents currently reside in the property?
We have 5 there.
That was my only question.
The only other question I would have, and thanks for coming today, the owner of the property now, have any of these concerns as far as what's just been discussed here, the questions that were asked about the turnarounds, been addressed to the owner, current owner, since you're just leasing the property? Or are you responsible for all that?
I'm not sure the question.
So
again.
the questions that everyone's come up and talked about, turnarounds
Yes.
in accessing your property of your neighbors, you're leasing the property now, correct? And there's an owner.
Owner, yeah.
Are they considered to be, is the owner considered to be responsible to address any of these themselves? Or is that your responsibility as the tenant? Just curious.
I'm not sure how to answer. I mean, he wants to sell it to us. We've been dealing with him for actually 15 years, but 10 years there. And, of course, he doesn't want to put any of his money into doing anything because he'd like to sell the property.
As is.
So that was done primarily out of my pocket to make it more accessible for the neighbors behind and not have to go through our barnyard to get to their home.
Okay, that's all I have.
So are you presently the contract purchaser? Do you have a contract to purchase?
I do. I didn't think to bring
No,
that.
you don't need to bring it. That was just a question that I
Yes,
had.
with the owner, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the owner hasn't put any money in the 10 years that you've been there? Is that what
Other
you-
than the septic system.
Other than the septic?
Yeah, we were blessed, a neighbor to us across the street helped out with the cost of that very generously, and because they knew what we were involved with, the men, and then he covered the rest. But it was, I think the total cost was like $15,000. And the county, the health department had them put the field behind the barn. So it's pumped up there behind the barn because there's not room between the house and the barn. And Matt with CLSI felt that there was a 50-50 chance because of the space there that a normal septic may be able, but there could be a glitch there too, but we don't know until February, March, or April when we can get it perked because of the rainy season is when the state allows that. And they didn't do any this year because it was a drought. So the perking of it can't be until February, which limits then sort of what we can do. So.
Okay. Any other questions, board members?
Yeah, I don't have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Caldwell.
Concerning, there was remarks from the permits office that you'd been doing work without permits. Is that correct?
Say that again?
According to the permits office report, they said you'd been doing work without permits.
Not intentionally. When we got the notice, both Legacy and the electrician had pulled permits. I guess it was a wrong address or something on the electrical one. And that got resolved, at least from my understanding when I was at the permit office. And then we pulled the permit to go ahead and put the bathroom inside. And I just checked with them to see where that was. And both the electrician and the plumber, actually the plumber, I think, did pull a permit to actually do the work inside. The electrician still needs to pull that. So it's sort of on hold. We haven't done anything since we got that notice on the door, because I was unaware that they didn't have the record at the permit office, because Legacy and the electrician said they had pulled them. And I think that that's on record there at the permit office.
Okay. It's in the file that it says it's still to be resolved.
To be resolved.
Right, it says that permits have not been pulled, need to be done, and also that any further work has to be fully permitted before it's undertaken. Sorry, I'm stepping out of here. So do you intend to get all of the permits you're required to get?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, board members? Okay, Mr. Denning, do you have anyone else that you would like to be your witness before everyone else gets the opportunity at the microphone?
I'm not sure who's here. If somebody wants to.
Well, they can do that during that, but you don't have anybody that, you
No.
don't have anybody from Carol Land or anyone else that you want to?
No, a couple of the men wanted to come that actually live there just to share the benefit it's been to them, but they all have work schedules as well.
Very good. And you'll have the opportunity then for summation comments after everyone else gets has their opportunity at the microphone.
Sure.
So this is the moment that you've been waiting for, I promise. So could you go ahead and go to the microphone? And again, please state your name, address, and spell for the record your last name. And you can give testimony. It does not have to be in the form of a question. As a matter of fact, you're talking to the board. You're not talking to Mr. Denning, okay?
All right, so he's got 30 years' experience, but he doesn't know that he didn't pull a permit. I'm just saying. Okay, 30 years. And let me address the lovely men that he has down at his place. There was a situation, we used to be a foster family, and one of the men that was at his place happened to be a child molester that I happened to know personally, and as I was coming down the drive, I recognized him, and the police are supposed to let me know. I have 2 grandchildren, plus the foster children that come in and out, and the police never notified me. And he was living as a resident in that property. Who addresses that? Where's my protection? I understand everybody has to have a place to live. That is not the place for a man that molests young boys to live. I was appalled. I was absolutely appalled. They consequently removed that man to the middle of town, and that's not my problem, you know. I was just distressed. We have lived there since 1988, and we've spent tons of money addressing that right-of-way because the previous owner, Mr. Herlock, would put in speed bumps so to aggravate us going up and down that lane. He has died, and now Mr. Dennings has rerouted. We've spent a lot of money taking this Mr. Herlock to court to have a common use right-of-way put in. And we had an agreement that right-of-way is supposed to be divided 4 different ways, and you were supposed to contact each of us. We're supposed to agree to the maintenance and the address of the lane. And I even told Mr. Doug Carroll, I said, I have the agreement here. He said, well, I can't find it. I said, it's at the courthouse. And I told Mr. Denning, I said, come up here, I have a copy for you. He didn't take the initiative to come up and look at the agreement. The agreement says you have to agree to maintenance. He just tore it up. Last November, he just said, I'm going to work on the lane. That's when he put the electrical and the plumbing in, tore up the lane, tore up our macadam that we had put in for drainage and smooth ride. You know, and it's still, because of the torrential rains and all, it's a mess. And he said, well, he put in better than usual. He put in a little circle around. Well, that doesn't do us any good. And he said he doesn't want us pulling over in front of the barn. That's the legal right-of-way. And unless he wants to go to court and change it, that's the legal right-of-way. I'm sorry. I've lived there forever. And he wants to come in and pretend that he's holier than thou, and he's going to, for the good of the men. That house is not for the men. That house is for him and his wife and his handicapped child. That's fine. That's not the business. The business is the house. How can he differentiate that? The house is, I'm diverting, but there's so many issues. The house is falling apart because the water runs right into the basement, which is deteriorating. If you have a home inspection, which is, did they have to have a home inspection for?
That's not under our purview.
Okay, well, if they're going to, oh, God, there's so many issues here, I can't tell you. Anyway, the weeds that we have to pass through that cover up the lane are this high. They've weed whacked it twice this year, and the second time was this past Sunday, and they only partially did it. Now, they're going to bring in more people and more residents, and where's the benefit for us? I just don't understand how this county is allowing growth when they can't even keep up with what they have. Where is the control? Where is the maintenance here? And it's going amok. For the 10 years he's been there, one winter, was it 2 years ago, there was a porta pot outside for 1 year because there was no indoor plumbing. Is that helping homeless people? Indoor plumbing, there's a porta pot? That's the only resource they had to a toilet? And this is a contractor for 30 years. I don't understand. That barn has been dilapidated, and I have pictures. There was no gutter on there. The rain kept coming through. We were waiting for the floor to come through. There's pictures of the condition of that barn. And he thinks he's going to rehab it. It's incredible. So between the condition of that barn, the condition of the property, what he's done to our lane, which we've poured money into it, and he's saying, oh, it's going to be better than it was before. It's not. It's worse. I don't understand, and he doesn't want to communicate with us. I don't understand how the county is helping us. Can you explain to us? He cut our cable, he cut our telephone lines, he doesn't, Miss Utility wasn't involved. He is not a conscientious contractor or good neighbor. How is that helping us? What have I forgotten here? 4 beds, honest to Pete. I don't know. I just need help. This can't go unchecked. We have to have reins on this man. He has high hopes, and I think he's a good person with good intentions, but he hasn't a clue what the hell is going on here. I think I'm done. And
Okay.
would you like a copy of the, I can give you these pictures. You can get a copy of this right away that says he has to have permission. We have to agree on the maintenance of this lane. What do you want to do from here?
And that's a site plan issue. So he will have to submit a site plan in order to do this.
I'm not going to submit shit, okay?
No, I didn't say you. Mr. Denning will have to submit that. If you want to enter those photographs into evidence to put them in the file, you can go ahead and do that. You can.
Right, at this point, I can take him to court for the disruption.
That's not our issue.
I know that, but he doesn't understand that. I can take him to court for that lane, because he violated the court order. He's clueless. He's a lovely person. He means well, but he's clueless. He doesn't understand that he's not being a good neighbor.
Okay, go ahead. Could you bring those photographs if you would like to enter them into evidence?
would.
Okay, and Mr. Dixon will go ahead and label those. Mr. Denning, do you have any questions of her testimony? Do you have any, not comments, but questions of her testimony?
Questions?
They're going to stay with the file.
Oh, thank you.
Ms. Malakowski, go back to the microphone, because we will have the opportunity, the board, in addition to Mr. Denning, to ask you questions of your testimony. So, Mr. Denning, any questions?
Well, it's more comment but than question. How long, when you mentioned your concern as far as
Hey,
one of the
go ahead and speak into the microphone.
Okay.
I know it's awkward, you're not looking at her.
That's fine.
You're not ignoring her, you're following my directions, okay?
Okay. How, from the time that she voiced her concern about, or they voiced their concern about the person that had served his time for a sexual misconduct, or I'm not sure totally what it was, but from the time she contacted me about it, how long was it before we responded and removed him so that that was not a concern to the neighborhood?
That's not the point. The point is,
That's the question.
it is a good question, but the point is, it's a forever thing. They are never allowed to be within a certain distance, and that is with the police. You can check with the police.
And-
I contacted the police, not you. And who regulates who comes into your house?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Who regulates who comes into your house?
We all do.
It's not a good job.
Our-
If
our
that's-
ci-
It's not a good job. Not good enough.
Okay, board members, any questions of Ms. Malakowski's?
Malinowski.
Malinowski's,
Malinowski.
Malinowski. I left the N out, I'm sorry. Any questions of her testimony? Ms. Fordmount? Mr. Caldwell? Mr. Snyder? Mr. Olds?
I do have one more question in response to,
Okay.
can you verify how long the porta pot was there at the house?
Can you verify how long the porta pot was at the house?
Over a year.
It wa-
That'll be testimony. You
Okay.
asked the question.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. Anyone else in the audience want to give their testimony? Thank you, Ms. Malinkowski.
Malinowski.
Malin. Thank you, Mr. Snyder.
Malinowski. Tennis player.
Lisa Green again, up the hill, 338. Again, my biggest issue is the driveway. As far as what he does in the house, hey, there by the grace of God go I. I think he has lofty aspirations. My concern is in December 6th, he hit the phone line. He had told us the week before, hey, I'm putting an electrical line up to the barn, water line. I'm not touching the driveway. That's what he told us. Then, all lo and behold, there's mounds of dirt on the driveway. I can't get to my job. I'm self-employed, as I said. I don't get paid if I don't show up. I'm going to have to leave soon. But, so he blocked my ingress and egress. He said he wasn't touching the driveway. He didn't really have legal authority to touch the driveway. Didn't say to us, hey, I'm going to put this turnaround up here. Didn't pull a grading permit, as far as I can tell. Didn't call you Miss Utility. We now have more runoff. And again, this is more zoning issue and health department probably, but the runoff is going right to the bank barn. The bank barn did not have gutters for years. He put them on recently, no downspout right now. All that water is just going right into the foundation of the bank barn. As far as a barnyard, it's not a barnyard. Arlene is here, I'm sure you have pictures. It's right there. It is our legal pull-off. That is my biggest concern, and that he doesn't pull permits or speak with the neighbors before doing work. And if he's redoing the barn, I'm afraid he's gonna have 5 contractors parked there, and I'm trying to get to work. And I do plants for a living, so if they don't get water, yeah. So that's what I have to say. I need to go water plants, but if you have any questions.
Okay, Mr. Denning, do you have any questions of Ms. Green's testimony?
No.
Okay. Ms. Fordmount?
No.
I'll give Mr. Caldwell a little minute here to look through the file. Mr. Snyder?
No questions.
Mr. Olds?
No.
Mr. Colwell?
I'd just like to establish, there was a diagram in here where Ms. Green lives in relation to the property. That would be helpful to me if I could,
Yeah, I couldn't find that.
towards the back? Oh, here it is, yeah. Would you be kind enough to come up here and show us where you were located on this diagram?
So here's the lane that comes up, and I am right up here at the crease.
Right up here, okay.
So you can see the driveway goes right near the barn. The pullover was just, extra millings where we could pull over. And now he's made this circle thing, but the water issue, I mean, erosion's a whole thing.
Okay, so where did these piles of dirt come up that blocked your access?
So that was when he put in the line to the barn. He rented a Bobcat, which, no offense to him, but I could have drove the Bobcat better. He piled the dirt that he dug out on top of the millings. So he ruined our base. So then all the rain we've had, and then he finally did contact a friend of ours to put gravel down, crush and run, but it's still not millings, and all the water from up here, because he was running up the hill here into this field to dump debris. So that was all mud, and it just all drains down here. And so there's gullies now in our main road. The one he created, it is what it is, but he did not come to us as neighbors. And
So you're saying he dumped debris up here?
so I was trying to get to a job. He said he wouldn't touch the driveway. He's working on the electric line. He won't be in our way. I go to leave, there's piles of dirt. Oh, it'll be done by tomorrow. So I went up through the field in Tannery, almost got my car stopped just to get to jobs to make money. He removed the dirt, but it messed up the whole grading system. So now there's gullies that we have to drive over. And it's not like it was before. I mean, I'm not saying it was the Taj Mahal, it was millings, not blacktop.
Right.
But it's just messed up the whole, I mean,
So you're in the red house that's up here?
no, it's a gray sided farmhouse.
There's a red house that's up there.
No, there's a yellow house and then there's a brown house.
Okay, yes.
The red one's that down here?
Yeah, it's the Foursquare. But, I mean, it just really messed up the drainage, and I really think that I was always told, you always make sure you have gutters on the upper side of the barns, because the water gets behind the foundation on a bank barn. And now it's gullies go right straight to the barn, because he regraded it without I mean, I'm sure if he had a permit, somebody would tell him, hey, there's erosion, it's a hill there, you need to make a swale or something. I mean, I know enough to be dangerous, but.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
Mrs. Green, appreciate
But
it.
that is my concern, because you can see how close it is. If they park 5, even 1 construction truck there, I can't get out and in without getting out of my car. Hey, can you move? Can you move? And unless I go through the field, which isn't mine, but desperate times, I guess, calls for desperate measures. So there should be a way, I guess, if he intends to do this, which I would think it would cost more money to revamp this structure at this point than to build, but that's not my call. There should be a way to put a driveway down there. I don't think this driveway can handle excess parking, and it can't handle excess traffic. It's just a little driveway.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Green, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Sorry I can't stay.
Any questions of the testimony she just gave while she was up here, Mr. Denning?
When a number of you drove out there last week,
Yes.
did you see you drove on the access road? And,
Well, the question needs to be directed at her, not us.
okay. Well, may I ask you to ask the gentleman that rode out there if they thought the access road was in terrible condition.
Yeah, we'll discuss that when we get ready with the case, because we did make, for the record, it's in the file. We did make a site visit, and we went into the driveway that goes on the backside of the barn that Ms. Green just showed us. Okay, so we did see that, okay? Anyone else want to give testimony in this case? Okay. No questions from board members from Ms. Green before she leaves? Nope. Okay, presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed and summation is in order. Mr. Denning, would you like to give summation remarks?
Well, yeah, I would like to address the situation with the porta pot. It was there while they were redoing the septic system, and it took time because of the county's involvement. It was not there a year, but it was whatever time it took so we'd have the bathroom to use while they were redoing and figuring out what had to be done for that septic system. As far as the barn work, we were limited as far as putting our own money into it when we didn't own it and didn't know if we were going to own it, which is sort of where we're at this point still. And so that's a question if we aren't allowed to utilize that existing structure, and it is built like Noah's Ark, beautiful inside. Sure, it looks a mess, and because the owner's never done anything to it. I'm not sure about the previous owners either, but we did the front of it, so it at least gives an idea of what it will look like, as it would be beautiful. We put gutters on it just to get the water away from going into the basement. We've had a system up at the house itself because it does drain down from the road. But we put a system sort of like what we put on flat roofs, the rubber that came in that low part below the road to the wall and up the wall. So we've not had any water coming into the structure after we got settled in there 10 years ago. So it's, it's solid. It needs work, but in that the owner didn't want to put money into it. We put it, what we needed to do ourselves. So we'd just like to be able to be there and utilize it and beautify it and be close to both the men that we work with, that I work with. My wife takes care of the books, so she's not too connected, but I have a meal with them every week and deal with issues. And one issue was the fact that we never would have somebody who has a record of any kind of sexual abuse on that property, and we never have, out of respect to them, and because we do care about the families. And we'd like to see, continue helping men, many of which, actually, the house manager there has been with the health department for 5 years, was given an office at the police department. I don't know if they still do that, but a year or two ago, where he could ride with the police when there was a drug overdose call because of his familiarity with it and helping. He's been with me 13 years and loves helping men. So we don't have a big turnover because we want them to stay until they're truly ready to go on with the rest of their life. And so pretty much the guys that have been there, the 5 guys that are with us have been there a number of years. And we want them to be in a safe place and leave when they truly feel they're ready for the rest of their life as good citizens, as good fathers, grandfathers, as good men and employees or employers. Several have started their own businesses after they left. So, you know, I'm excited about what has taken place over the last 15 years of our involvement in their lives, and look forward to the future. Being able to live here would just make it much more conducive and simplify things and allow us to beautify the place. My wife is not real excited at this point of leaving her home that we've been in for 26 years. But if she has seen and been a part of the renovating of a number of homes, and they're beautiful. We would live in any of them that we have renovated. My desire would be to work things out with the neighbors. The gentleman that they used previously was the one that put in the access road, and it was a total, just like what the original one was. We didn't really touch the other road, the existing one, because he just did the total what is required in the county to put that access road in to provide more room as well as a turnaround. And so it's a very solid base, and other than scraping off the excess gravel that he put on, the base is the same. When he put in the first time, he just extended it down to the barn and the circle around. I do not recall saying that I was not gonna be on the access road. I knew that we would have to be, according to Legacy, that he would put it right along the edge of the road, of the access road, to get from this existing septic system, the new existing one, to the barn. And so we knew we had to go along that edge, and it's right on the edge. But that was also why I rented the Bobcat, so that I could get the road clear as quickly as possible. And of course, we had to have the inspections, which they came out, but that's why I had the Bobcat, especially to keep that road clear for the neighbors, and then put this additional area, and that was all flat ground, basically, that where I added. I didn't have to move, piles of dirt, because it wasn't at a hill there. It was just a big flat area, which when you drove out there, if you made the circle, that whole area was flat. There were I had no idea that there were anything underground, and because there was just nothing anywhere to state that there was something underground. And when we did hit it from roots, not from digging, that was why I didn't even call them, because we weren't gonna dig. We were just scraping it to clear it out so we could put a road in there. So the digging wasn't an issue. It was pulling out the brush that was around some of those, the telephone wires that broke it. And they had it fixed on Sunday. We did this on a Friday and Saturday. And Verizon was out on Sunday and fixed it, and then came out later to bury it and to mark where they were, because we had no idea. And utility did come out and check the other things as well. But we weren't digging. That's why I didn't even cross my mind to call Miss Utility, because we were just clearing out the brush. But I didn't take into account that roots over 50 years go places, and that there may have been, some kind of, I knew the electrical wires weren't there because they're down in the field up above. I'm not sure if there's anything else.
Okay, thank you. The hearing and record of this case is now closed, and in accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland, the board will now consider the case.
She's,
Now, that was summation comments.
Oh, I don't get a summation comment?
No. Okay. Ms. Ford Mount?
discussing.
Yes.
So I guess my question is, Mr. Caldwell brought up a very good point that I'm assuming this is a nonprofit for these gentlemen to stay in that house. So it's sort of crossing the line between business and residential, since I guess not everyone is staff that will be staying in the barn. So I guess that's my question, if that is something else that we have to take into consideration.
It's going to be his personal, according to the testimony, it's going to be his personal living space and the manager there, and an employee in the barn.
The
What-
manager's
what-
gonna stay in the barn?
So here's what we're looking at. 158.071.02, and what the accessory uses in the ag and conservation districts actually are. So let's just take this opportunity, and look at A through H. An accessory dwelling must have direct access from the outside. So I think that we can check that off. The property owner must either occupy the principal dwelling unit or the accessory dwelling unit on the property. I think that was established.
Right.
The minimum size of an accessory dwelling shall not be more than 1,000 square feet livable space as defined in 158.002. There's an issue, and that's one of the variances that was being asked for.
1770 square feet he was asking
Yes.
for.
The accessory dwelling unit shall have no more than 2 bedrooms. It was asked for 4 bedrooms. Okay? So we need to look at that. The accessory dwelling unit must meet all applicable building, construction, and Maryland health, mental hygiene regs. That's will be taken care of in the site plan and the construction process. 1 additional off-street parking space must be provided for each bedroom in the accessory dwelling unit, and that will be as part of the site plan. And the detached accessory dwelling unit shall be located on lots of at least 3 acres in size, and I think it was testified
5.
to, it's 5, so we're good on that. So basically, we're looking at 3 issues.
Well, hang
B,
One more, has to be
There
located
was a
within
setback.
50 feet.
There was a setback issue.
the setback issue, the 50 feet, I'm sorry, 3 acres, I didn't read the second half of that, 50 feet from the principal dwelling.
It's 160 feet.
Yes, so there's 4 issues that we need to look at. Did that clarify things?
And the setback.
That helps.
is fine.
Did that help? Okay.
The
lot
setbacks
going on
as-
here.
Setbacks as well, wasn't it? Was
I
another
understood.
issue?
Yes,
4
that's,
variances,
yes,
So that's 1, 2,
potential of a fit.
3, 4 variances, yeah.
okay. Okay, and again, the legal issue is determining whether due to the conditions peculiar to the property and not the result of the actions of the applicant, whether an accessory dwelling unit can be placed in an existing barn, and would a literal enforcement of the building restriction line result in a practical difficulty or unreasonable hardship. So with keeping all those things in mind, let's go ahead and discuss the case.
Well, there's one other aspect. He's not the owner of the property. He's leasing the property.
Yeah, but
But he's gonna be the owner of the property.
Yeah.
I mean, the point is, who owns the property is relative at this point. He's under contract for the property.
And we've had that before, contract purchasers come in and ask for something, and if they're denied, then that, I'm sure that's written into their contract, that they're not obligated to purchase.
Right,
the
but in
property.
the other cases, that we dealt with, within my term here on the board, the person who was seeking such an arrangement had pursued looking at other properties.
So,
So there was no evidence presented that the applicant had looked at other properties and deemed this was the only one that would meet his needs.
but, you know, to be fair, they kind of, they kick it off as far as the conversation and kind of get to the end point, is there's a lot of noise in this particular case, respectfully. I mean, we're not here to adjudicate right-of-ways. We're not here to adjudicate issues with people and their ability to improve a right-of-way, not improve a right-of-way, water runoff, and so forth and so on. If this is approved, that would be dealt with within the site plan. That is not within our purview. The opposing testimony touched briefly upon the use of the property, in context with what's going on here. Where I'm coming from and looking at this is this. The accessory dwelling criteria is a relatively new concept that the county has adopted. I can't put myself in the heads of the people who put this together, but
I was on that committee and
I
I
know,
still can't.
I know. But my thought would be, because I wasn't personally there, is it kind of deals a lot with baby boomers and elderly parents, and was a need that was seen in the county, and that there needed to be a provision where there wasn't a provision previously associated with that. And we, as a board, sat here to try to kind of look through the black and white and try to bring a reasonableness to the code, in that, it should the variance be 50 feet or 45 feet, and doesn't really matter, okay? So, nothing can be perfect. All pigs don't fit in the same hole. But with this, in this particular case, we're throwing the entire statute to the side. I mean, there's not, all the critical provisions of the auxiliary use is being asked to be varied from. The size, the distance, number of bedrooms, and so forth. And for that, I just can't advocate for this particular approval based on that. It's not even a relative, if it was a close situation, almost double the square footage on the and the reason accessory dwelling was going to be is an accessory dwelling, and within the purview of what the intent of the legislation was to start with. And I just can't support this because it's not even close.
And to give a differing viewpoint on that, we're dealing with existing structures.
Right.
And through no fault of the contract purchaser, the location of where these structures already are, and if you will, the business that's occurring in the house on the property has been there for 10 years. It's not like this is a new business. And what I'm looking at is the 1,000 square foot was really meant to be for new construction as opposed to existing. So if you've got something that's 1,700 square feet, what are you supposed to do? Chop 40% of the barn off? I don't. So I differ with you on that because it's an existing structure. If this was new construction, based on the site there, then I would have issues with the size and the location from the main dwelling. But since these are existing structures, I think we could justify that. In my mind, I can justify it because to achieve that would be practical difficulty and unreasonable hardship based on this, the location of the buildings already on the property. So.
I have no problem I have no problem mutual disagreement.
Yeah, there you go. Mr. Olds.
Yeah, I'm following all of that. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts here, and thanks for clarifying what we're here for today. It's like, wow. I'm relatively new to this, but I guess my concern, there's a lot of variances here across the board, yet it is existing, but not like some of the other cases I've been sitting here where it's pretty straightforward. This is a big modification of an existing property into a really worthy cause, and it's a good thing that's going on. But I'm trying to separate everything else that's happening as far as egress. I'm thinking, and I'm just throwing this out, maybe I don't know what I'm saying here. Fire trucks getting in and out, ambulances getting in and out to this whole property. Forget all this. That's where I'm coming from, just mentally, from police, fire. It's an issue. I mean, and I know we're not here to decide that per se, but on the site plan, it'd be an easier decision to make today if that had already been addressed and there was a site plan that was presented to say, here's what we're gonna do to solve all that, to anticipate access, egress coming in and out, besides what the neighbors are going through, but I mean for utilities.
And that's, at this point, that can't be solved because the county has made the decision that you don't need to have a site plan in order to come and ask for these things before the Board of Zoning Appeals. And that would be a hardship if they had hired a land engineer and spent tens of thousands of dollars and then we turn them down.
Yeah.
That would be, so that's why that's why the process is the way it is at this point. And we're looking, and again, that's a site plan issue.
Right.
Okay, which one of you two wants to go next?
I'll go next. I agree with Mark. I think there's just too many variances here. They're talking about 1,770 square feet, and that's only the first floor. Right? And at some point, it could be more than that. So I have real concerns about that. The setbacks, I think that's a real problem as well. It's already impinging on the neighbors in terms of access and so on. Vince, you raised a very good point about fire trucks. Normally, that would come in with a request for a variance for driveway width.
Which,
But that driveway,
Is not his, it's a shared driveway. So
And
it
that
creates
doesn't
yet
go to the main-
another problem.
and it doesn't go
Yeah.
to the main residence, because the main residence is down over the hill. We went in the driveway there on the upper side of the barn and then turned around where the two ladies had testified where they live.
Right.
So the house is down, when you first come in on, where we came in off of Tannery Road, down over
Sorry.
the hill is where the actual house is, so.
Right, but it does say the owner of the property must occupy the principal dwelling unit or the accessory dwelling unit. So by stating he's occupying the accessory dwelling unit, it does create this issue about access. I agree with
Yeah,
Vince's
yeah.
comment on
you
that.
can't get by that.
In a nutshell, I would not be in favor of this. I think there's just too many issues. It's still gonna be site plan issues and so on and so forth. But at this point, I'm not inclined to approve this request.
Ms. Ford Mount.
I agree. I respect so much what you do there and what you're trying to do there, but it's just too far from what the accessory dwelling code is. And I know that it is an existing building, and that sort of puts a caveat to that, but the size, the distance, the amounts of bedrooms, it's just too far from where we originally agreed upon in the code what you can have for an accessory dwelling. So I would not be inclined to approve it.
Wait a minute, we didn't agree with that, the code change.
Could, yeah.
But I actually do
We were
agree with
told.
Imposed on it, we were told,
Yeah.
It's in the book.
Yeah, I was on that committee a couple of years ago that, prior to the code changes, an accessory dwelling had to be attached. And we have seen, I think this is our third request,
third or fourth.
Yeah.
fourth.
Fourth, I think, yeah.
Yes.
This kind.
And since the detached language was put in the code, sitting on that committee, I was opposed to what staff did as far as the accessory dwellings being detached. I had no idea of the ramifications and that code change would have on properties. But we've seen it firsthand. We're the ones that are dealing with the code change. I'm going to respectfully say that I disagree, because the practical difficulty and unreasonable hardship, I think, was demonstrated here, because we have an existing use in the farmhouse, or in the main house structure, the existing structure. The size of the property, there's no issues there. The existing use isn't gonna be changed. It's not like we're adding additional square footage to the house to house more men there. We didn't hear testimony that that was going to occur. And we already have the 1,700 square foot barn, and it was testified to that the barn's over 100 years old. Not sure about the house, but I'm sure that the house is probably over 100 years old also. There's not much the applicant in this case can do to change the size of either one of those buildings or the proximity to either one of them. So with that, I think that, I personally think, and the bedrooms, 1,700 square feet and only 2 bedrooms, I think would be very different. And again, I think the code doesn't address this particular issue because it's existing structures instead of new building space. So that's my take on it. I see I'm in the minority, and that's okay. It's just a difference of opinion. So, any further comments?
Yeah, one comment. If it's a 100-year-old barn, wouldn't it be cheaper to build new?
I was just thinking,
But that's not our call.
That's not our call, and.
No, no,
just saying.
just saying, yeah.
Yes. Okay, any other comments, guys?
No.
Okay. At this point, I will go ahead and entertain a motion.
Did I write something up?
What's the number? What's the case number?
You
I don't have it in front of me.
6572.
6572.
want to do one, Mark?
It's very easy.
Okay.
In case 6572, the board hereby denies the request for the variances. I don't know that we have to say a whole lot more than that.
Mr. Dixon,
That's fine.
that's fine?
I mean, keep it simple.
Okay, maybe.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Mr. Caldwell seconds. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by this board. The board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the Circuit Court for Carroll County in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. Thank you very much. This hearing is adjourned, and we're going to take about a 5-minute break before our next case. We're going to call a BZA hearing to order. Before us, we have case number 6570. Mr. Dixon, could you go ahead and introduce the file for us, please?
All right, case 6570, a request for conditional use for daycare center and variances. The site is located at 2840 Cox Ridge Road, Westminster, Maryland, on Property Zone C, Conservation District and Election District 9, by Academy of the Lost Arts, Inc., in care of Gabriel Balasoni, Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, Section 158.071.01, 158.002, and 155.051C2. The site visit is tentatively scheduled for July 16th, 2025 at approximately 9:30 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Okay, a July 21st, 2025 letter from Walter T. Kuhn, Jr. All right, based off of our conversation and all the information I was provided with, I think the plans they have are wonderful, giving children, families, and adults who may otherwise have access the opportunity to enjoy, learn, and appreciate nature. Providing a different approach for early childhood development using nature as the classroom will be a great opportunity for children in and outside our community. There are site minutes. There is a letter from a Lance and Jill Smith. Children and adults would benefit from the nature-based preschool and weekend retreat and woodshop center. Nature-based preschool sounds amazing. Kids would really enjoy this, and I know that Gabrielle would be an excellent teacher. All right, there's a July 24th, 2025 letter from Tony and Kelly Shiavachi. The Academy is a gift to Carroll County, a place where children connect with nature during the week and adults find a beautiful, peaceful retreat on weekends. It promotes education, stewardship, and a sense of place, values that reflect the best of our county's rural character. We hope you'll see this not just as an application, but as an opportunity to support something truly special and particularly beneficial for the youth of our community. There's a July 16th, 2025 letter from Sarah Redding, General Manager, Johansson's Dining House. Let's see. She wants to teach and help learn about nature and how to live without destroying it. I couldn't be more proud of her. Gabby is the perfect person to lead this project. There is a July 21st, 2025 email from Tara Simpkins. Oh, here it is. It's a July 22nd, 2025 letter. The Academy's approach is deeply aligned with the goals of the Conservation Zoning District to protect natural resources while promoting responsible, community-oriented land use. Their thoughtful, transparent planning, including detailed site plans and mitigation strategies, further reinforces their readiness to operate as respectful stewards of the property. I respectfully urge the board to approve the Academy of the Lost Arts request for conditional use and the accompanying variance. This is a project rooted in purpose, education, and environmental care, and it has the potential to serve Carroll County for generations to come. Okay, there is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Mary Lane, Bureau Chief, Bureau of Comprehensive Planning. of July 15, 2025 memo from Carly Falat, Comprehensive Planning Technician. The above referenced BZA case has been reviewed for consistency with the policies and recommendations contained in the Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019, the Carroll County Water and Sewer Master Plan, and other functional plans. Planning staff finds that the application is consistent with the Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019. There's a July 15, 2025 letter from Daphne Daly, Secretary to the Planning Commission, to the Board. After having reviewed the information contained in the attached analysis, the facts as presented in the application, the relevant portions of the applicable comprehensive and other functional plans, and in accordance with the land use article, this conditional use request, if granted, is consistent with the policies, timing of the implementation of the plan, timing of development, timing of rezoning, development patterns, land uses, and densities or intensities. There's a July 3rd, 2025 letter in support of Ms. Gabrielle Balasoni with the Academy of Lost Arts, Inc. As a community, we benefit deeply from places like this, places that offer connection, education, and stewardship. I truly believe this project will make Carroll County a stronger, more resilient, and more connected place to live. There's a July 14, 2025 email from a John Mayan, M-A-Y-A-N. I found Gabriella Balasoni to be an engaging and motivated individual, and I support her efforts to educate folks on the traditional skills associated with sustainable living. There's a July 14, 2025 memo. Well, there's an email and there's a letter from John Mayan. July 14th, 2025 letter. My opinion of Gabriella is that she is laser focused on bettering the concept of sustainable living and that she practices what she preaches. I fully support her goals for the property located at 2840 Cox Ridge Road and believe that this type of skill is necessary in today's modern world. All right, there is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Thomas Harris Permits and Inspections. All comments from a permits and inspection standpoint will be addressed during the site plan and permits application and building review process. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Laura Matthias, Bureau Chief, Development Review. A site plan may be required in accordance with Chapter 155. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Janet O'Meara, Bureau Chief, Resource Management. Comments see attached from Pat Varga. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Anastasia Yemelyanova, Zoning Administrator. The 37.83 acre parcel is in the Conservation Zoning District. Daycare center is a conditional use that requires the Board of Zoning Appeals approval. Regular setbacks are 50 feet from the property, from the front property line, 100 feet from sides, and 50 feet from the rear property line. There's a letter, I don't see a date, from a Susan R. Rosier. She has a natural way of connecting with kids, encouraging them to explore, ask questions, and develop a love for the outdoors. As a grandparent, it is incredibly heartening to see a local project focus on education, environmental appreciation, and traditional skills. I know firsthand how meaningful her presence and teaching can be to young minds. I believe the Academy of the Lost Arts will be a true asset to the community. It's the kind of place that not only preserves the land's history, but also nurtures the next generation in thoughtful, hands-on, and impactful ways. I urge you to approve her request. Although it didn't have a date, it's stamped July 2nd, 2025. Another letter stamped July 2nd, 2025. No, same letter. All right, there's a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Lisa Staley, Carroll County Environmental Health Department. Proposed use may not be acceptable unless it is demonstrated that there is an adequate water supply and adequate area for the installation of an initial and 2 replacement septic systems for the proposed use and any existing uses of this property. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from J.P. Smith Jr., Program Manager, Ag Land Preservation Program. The property is not in ag preservation. I have no comment at this time. Notice public hearing June 30th, 2025 for this case. Hearing notice was posted June 25th, 2025 by Inspector Scott Robinson. Joe Vance sent her request to various state and local agencies June 24th, 2025. And we have the application and variances. Ooh. There are plans from CLSI. Camlin Architect and Associates, Inc. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
Do we have a second?
Seconded.
Okay, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. We will go ahead and, the motion carries, we will move the file into evidence. Before we get started, there's a couple of housekeeping details we need to take care of.
Mr. Chair, sorry, point of order. May I respectfully, I'm Clark Schaefer, I'm a lawyer in Westminster, and I'm here representing opponents to this application. Just respectfully suggest that we call the second case now for a couple reasons. One, they're really the same, they're on the same property. The evidence is going to meld over into both cases. And two, when you call the cases, everybody is on, that showed up for the 10:30, for the second case that I'm asking you to call, is now on notice that the case has been called, and if you continue it, you don't have to re-advertise it because everybody's here. So it seems to me that we ought to just start down the road where they're both cases are now, since the time's up for both of them. Anyway, something for you to consider.
There's a reason. Would you like to respond?
Honestly, in the interest of efficiency, I'm okay with combining the cases as well. I do believe that there's separate variance requests for both because of the various codes that are applicable to the two different use cases. That said, I can address those things in parallel if it is in the best interest of the board and the persons that have come to testify today.
Mr. Dixon, any?
Yeah, we could do that. I mean,
Okay, you want to hand us our cheat
the
sheets?
testimony is going to be adopted for both cases. I don't see a problem with it.
Okay, so
So you want me to do this next case? All right, let me get out what I've got for you.
do we need a motion to hear the cases simultaneously or no?
I guess it wouldn't hurt. We're dealing with the same property, so we're gonna basically adopt all the evidence for both cases. All the witnesses will be for both cases, so you can put it, you can.
Does anybody want to make a motion to combine?
What's the other case number?
6571.
7-1.
6571. Okay, I make a motion then that the board approve the combination of two cases, 6570 and 6571, to be heard simultaneously.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. So we will combine both of them since there is no objection from legal counsel either side. if, Mr. Dixon, I'd ask you to introduce the file, but before we do that, make sure that your electronic devices are silenced. And if you haven't signed in on the clipboard over here on the side, please do so while Mr. Dixon is introducing the file. And the other thing is, there's a request that our sign language interpreter might need a break. And if that's the case, I'm just gonna ask her to stand up and give me a stare. You can stare me down, and we will, and we will go ahead and take a break, okay? Okay.
We're
So-
supposed to be two of us, the other one couldn't come, so
Okay,
flying solo.
okay, very good, thank you. Okay, Mr. Dixon, could you go ahead and introduce the file for case number 6571?
All right, case 6571, a request for conditional use for a retreat facility with variances. The site is located at 2840 Cox Ridge Road, Westminster, Maryland, on property zone C, Conservation District and Election District 9, by Academy of the Lost Arts, Inc., in care of Gabriel Balasoni. Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, Section 158.071.01, 158.164, 158.002, 155.051C2, and 158.164C. A site visit is tentatively scheduled for July 16, 2025 at approximately 9:30 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have site minutes. A July 24th, 2025 letter from Tony and Kelly Shiavasi. They are in support of the application. There is no date on it, but it's stamped July 24, 2025 from Sarah Redding, General Manager Johansson's. In support of the project. Email from Tara Simpkins, July 21st, 2025, in support of the project. Letter from Nicole Shiflett, in support of the project. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Mary Lane, Bureau Chief, Bureau of Comprehensive Planning. There's a July 15, 2025 memo from Carly Falat, Comprehensive Planning Technician. The above referenced BZA case has been reviewed for consistency with the policies and recommendations contained in the Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019, the Carroll County Water and Sewer Master Plan, and other functional plans. Staff finds that this proposal for the conditional use of retreat center would provide citizens of Carroll County with new recreational programs that would enrich the community and encourage community interaction. The new employment opportunities brought by a retreat center would serve residents of Carroll County and contribute to the overall economic development of the county. The programs detailed in the application are nature-based and specifically tailored to the rural environment of Carroll County, with activities that would serve county residents of a variety of demographics. There's a July 13, 2025 letter from Daphne Daly, Secretary to the Planning Commission. After having reviewed the information contained in the attached analysis, the facts as presented in the application, the relevant portions of applicable comprehensive and other functional plans, and in accordance with provisions set forth in the land use article, this conditional use request, if granted, is consistent with the policies, timing of the implementation of the plan, timing of development, timing of rezoning, development patterns, land uses, and densities or intensities. There is a letter from Nicole Shiflett in support of the project. There's a letter, email from John Mahan, and a letter from John Mahan in support of the project. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Laura Matthias, Bureau Chief, Development Review. A site plan may be required in accordance with Chapter 155. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Thomas Harris, Permits and Inspections. All comments from a permits and inspection standpoint will be addressed during the site plan and permits application and building review process. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Anastasia Yemelyanova, Zoning Administrator. The 37.83 acre parcel is in the Conservation Zoning District. Retreat facility is a conditional use that requires the Board of Zoning Appeals approval. All buildings and housing shall be located not less than 100 feet from the adjoining property. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Janet O'Meara, Bureau Chief, Resource Management. See attached from Pat Varga. There's a letter from Susan Rosier, stamped July 2nd, 2025, in support of the project. There's an email and there's a letter from Leslie Rosier in support of the project. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Lisa Staley, Carroll County Environmental Health Department. Proposed use may not be acceptable unless it is demonstrated that there is an adequate water supply and adequate area for the installation of an initial and 2 replacement septic systems for the proposed use and any existing uses of this property. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from J.P. Smith Jr., Program Manager, Ag Land Preservation Program. This property is not in ag preservation. I have no comment at this time. Hearing notice was June 30th, 2025 in the newspaper. Hearing notice was posted June 25th, 2025 by Inspector Scott Robinson. And then there is the application. June 6, 2025 letter from Gabrielle Balasoni, founder and executive director, Academy of the Lost Arts. And it has similar plans from same architects. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We have a motion to enter the file into evidence.
So moved?
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
We will go ahead and move the file into evidence. A couple of more housekeeping details. Make sure that when you leave today, that you leave by the same door that you came in to turn your badges in, so they're not looking for you at the end of the day. And electronic devices, please silence them. And if you plan on testifying today, even if you don't, and there's a slight possibility, like a 0.5% possibility, I'd ask that you go ahead and stand and take the oath. So if you're going to testify, or you think you might, you're an attorney?
I am. Don't have to. Okay.
Okay.
She's gonna be a witness in this case, so.
Oh, you're going to be a witness?
I have no other choice. Yeah.
Okay, never mind, stand. I'm sorry, you were correct. Okay.
You are.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. You can be seated. Okay, with that, is we have an attorney on each side here. Go ahead. Oh, we're going to go to about 12:30 or a stopping point, and then we will continue this case on
August 27th, 9 o'clock.
August 27th at 9 o'clock. Okay, so that's what our plan is, because we have another case after this today. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to break for a quick lunch and then come back for our last case of the day. With that, we have two attorneys here, so I will go ahead and allow both of you to give opening comments, and then you can go ahead and call your witness. And Mr. Schaefer, can you help me out if you're representing clients here? If they go to the microphone to ask questions of testimony, can you tell them that the questions have to be addressed through you?
Yes, I will, and I'll do better than that. My clients, who I'll identify either now or whenever you want them to, will not be asking questions. I'll be asking the questions.
Okay.
I am aware that there are at least a couple other neighbors here who I am not representing,
Okay,
and
just-
those people will, I'm sure you'll fill them in on the rules.
Absolutely. So with that, and before you speak at any of the microphones, when you're asked to speak or you're able to speak, make sure that you do state your name, your address, your occupation, and spell for the record your last name, okay? So I'm going to let you pronounce for us your last name, because I've heard Mr. Dixon, I think it was 3 different versions of what your last name is.
They all sounded good. It's fine.
You did so well in the last hearing.
Okay.
So good morning, you guys. My name is Gabby Balasone, or Gabrielle Balasone. That's Ballassone. My address is 4937 Littlestown Pike, Westminster, Maryland, 21158. Good morning. You've probably heard by now, I am an attorney. I am not this type of attorney. I work for a defense contractor as in-house general counsel. This is my first time in a courtroom. This is my first time in a hearing. So please feel free to hold my hand, just like you're going to hold other people's hands today, okay? Obviously, Mr. Schaefer is very adept at this type of law, and I'm just kind of finding my way through the dark here. But
Let me interrupt you at
of
this
course.
point. So I assume that you knew what the process was. So
Of course.
For your benefit and for everyone out
Sure.
there. So she is the applicant. She will have the opportunity to make her opening comments. Mr. Schaefer will have his opportunity to make his opening comments. Ms. Balasone will go ahead and she can call witnesses. And after each witness gives their testimony, anyone in the audience can ask questions, but pay attention, questions of their testimony. You will have the opportunity at some point in time to give your own testimony if you're not represented by Mr. Schaefer. And then the board will have the opportunity to ask questions of anybody that's given testimony. Mr. Schaefer will then get the same opportunity. He can call witnesses. And then after that's over, anyone that's not represented by legal counsel can go to the microphone and give their testimony. And we will go through the same process of being able to ask questions both from the audience and from the Board of Zoning Appeals. And then there will be summations by both parties since there's legal representation, and then we'll make the decision, okay?
understood.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Just, to lead things off here, I've started this project back in February of 2024. I'm very excited to share it with you today. I'm very excited because I see this as the first step of sharing this project with the community. I know there's a lot of hurdles between today and potentially opening this up, but I see this as the first step in that chain. Very excited to be here. I pledge to be a good neighbor and a good member of the community, and I hope that my testimony and the witness testimony today will support that. I look forward to kicking this off. Thank you.
Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you. Clark Schaefer, 73 East Main Street, Westminster, here on behalf of Lisa Langmead, John and Anna Marks, and Davy and Ann Hirsch, who I will introduce to you in more detail later in the process. Very brief opening statement. Heard the letters summarized by Mr. Dixon and have no dispute with them. This is not a case about whether this is an admirable use or whether this Ms. Balasone is an admirable person. This is a case about whether this application meets the conditional use and variance standards. And I note that none of those letters mentions this location or anything about this property, which will be the focus of our case, and I think of your case and your interest. Whether or not this use, as described at this location, meets the conditional use and variance standards. I appreciate your attention.
Before you get started, I have a disclosure. I attended Camp Nicodemus as part of the outdoor school program in Carroll County Public Schools 50-some years ago, so I just want to disclose that. It doesn't look like it did, and I didn't have a bad or a good experience there. It was rather interesting, so I just wanted to disclose that I was there 50-some years ago as a camper through the Carroll County Public School system.
I was a counselor there, so.
Oh, man, that makes you even older than me, so.
Wow.
Anyway, are we done with disclosures? Okay. Mr. Dixon, you attended also, didn't you?
I don't have to disclose it.
So that is a concern. Well, let's see how the hearing develops, okay? Because I'll state my concern. My concern is not that you attended the Camp Nicodemus, that's not my concern, but my concern is that the history of this parcel is, I think, one of Ms. Balasone's major selling points here. And I've done a fair amount of research as to the history of that parcel, and the record is scant.
I could tell you stories, but they're not part of the record.
Well, and that's what I'm concerned about. I'm going to go into detail about when I say the record is scant, okay? But two or three of you have personal knowledge of some history of this parcel. So I don't know what to say other than that. That's a concern. Let's go. I'm not going to make a motion that two people recuse themselves.
Over 50 years ago, Mr. Schaefer.
Well, you'll know. So, I mean, the record is scant as to any governmental approval of anything on this property, with a couple minor exceptions, okay? And those were a health department process to look for a septic system in 2006 to 2011, okay? And one building permit application submitted by Senator Haynes. And anyway, I'm not going to make a motion anybody recuse themselves, so let's go.
Okay. Very good. Okay, with that. So at this point, you can call your first witness if you would like,
If it's okay with the,
or give your own testimony.
I would love to lead off with my own testimony.
Okay, very good.
And I apologize in advance. This is very long, but I do want to make sure that some of these details make it to the record. So I will be reading from a testimony here. Okay, as I said, good morning. I come before you today as a mother, a member of the Westminster community, with a dream of building a nature-based preschool and retreat center in the heart of Carroll County. In February of 2024, I founded Academy of the Lost Arts, Inc., a Maryland-based nonprofit and federally recognized 501c3. Our organization is dedicated to reconnecting people of all ages with the natural world through immersive, hands-on experiences. We hope to foster curiosity, creativity, and environmental stewardship by offering a nature-based preschool during the week and a restorative retreat center on evenings and weekends. Our mission is to preserve traditional skills, nurture ecological literacy, and cultivate a deep sense of belonging to the land, thus empowering individuals to live more grounded, intentional, and sustainable lives. Back in 2023, I was provided a tremendous opportunity by my employer. It was actually a taste of financial freedom. I was part of an M&A, and I sat for a while, and I paid off most of my debts, and I thought, what would I do if I could do anything in the world?
Excuse me, you were part of a,
Merger and acquisition? Sorry. I sat with my thoughts for a while, contemplating what I would do. And the answer that I kept coming back to is connect people with nature. I have 3 little boys, an 11-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 4-year-old. And we are outside as much as we possibly can be with a full-time working mother attorney. Because of my full-time working status and my husband's full-time working status, they've spent a lot of time in daycare. I have a lot of guilt as a mother for sending them to daycare and having them sit in a classroom for 7 hours a day. I think there's a better way that we can educate, especially our preschoolers in this county. As a working mother of 3 active boys, I believe that it's a travesty for young children to sit in a classroom upwards of 6 or 7 hours a day. I firmly believe kids need to explore and learn from the natural world, because ultimately we only protect what we love, we only love what we understand, and we only understand what we're taught. I'd like to go into the history of the property. This is obviously the same property for both cases, so all of this will be applicable. And as Mr. Schaefer led off, there is scant information, aside from ownership, aside from talking to members of the community, talking to the daughter of the pastor who started Camp Nicodemus. Like that's where I've had to generate my knowledge and research, because there isn't anything on the internet. This is pre-internet. In September of 2024, Academy of the Lost Arts purchased 37.8274 acres located at 2840 Cox Ridge Drive, Westminster, Maryland, a lot zone conservation district. At that time, the Academy was aware that historically this land had operated as numerous camps, retreats, and retreats, as first evidenced by a septic permit approved on April 9th, 1969 for 25 people. I do have that permit. If anybody would like to see it, I can provide it as an Exhibit 1.
I would like to see it.
I would love
Yes.
to provide it.
Do you have an additional copy to give?
I have, everybody gets a copy.
Okay, very good.
You, Mr. Schaefer? Thank you. Of course. I'm sorry, this is Exhibit 4, they're out of order.
Thank you very much.
Of course. Of course. There we are. Of course. You guys are copies here if anybody needs one. Okay.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
The land was later owned by Carroll Christian and Church of the Open Door, operating as Camp Nicodemus. In its prime, the camp included at least 2 large bathhouses with numerous stalls and showers. The footprint of those stalls and showers still exists today. There was an in-ground swimming pool and a baseball diamond. In 2018, the land was purchased by Iglesia Casa de Gracia y Fe, a church based in, oh gosh, I'm going to lie to you, it's not Rockville, but it's a church somewhere in Maryland outside of Washington, D.C., which received approval from the BZA for conditional use as a retreat and conference center on November 5th, 2019, under BZA case number 6193. I do have a copy of that case and that approval, if anybody would like to see that. Would you guys care if I submitted that for evidence?
Yeah, you can submit that as evidence.
Of course. There it is, sir. You probably have a copy, but just in case.
Thank you.
Of course.
Any objection, Mr. Schaefer?
Apologies, sir.
It's all right.
I have a qualified objection, and that is, if we're going to introduce evidence of a Board of Zoning Appeals approval, we should introduce a copy of the board's decision granting that approval, and I would have no objection to introducing a copy of that BZA decision, but I didn't make an exhibit copy of it. It's case 6193, and I think the board can take administrative notice, since it's in its own files, that that decision, well,
Mr. Schaefer, we've had previous decisions entered into existing cases, so this doesn't seem out of the ordinary.
why don't, I have a copy. Do you want me, can I just, can we
please.
put this in evidence now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's the,
I don't know if I've read this.
oh, that's the decision, I'm sorry.
Yes, I've seen this. Thank you, sir.
So I'm handing you,
What exhibit will it be? Or something?
why don't, Ms.
Just take-
Dawson, you mind making it?
I got a marker. Look, hold on.
Well, no, why don't we, he can do it, he's
Got it.
perfectly capable. Why don't we call it applicant's exhibit, what, 2? Or- No, you
Three, that would be the
can't.
third. But I actually already have some that are marked, so can we make it 6?
Oh, wait a minute, you just introduced a letter. What's that, 5?
Exhibit 5.
So this would be made part of Exhibit 5, is that okay, Tim?
Okay. It's her exhibit, so she's okay with it. 5, we'll make it 5A.
That's perfect.
So without objection, we can enter those into evidence, Mr. Schaefer?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Excellent. And I just do want to note, my technology has stopped working. My mouse is not controlling, so at some point I will use the board up here, and I may need some technology help, if you guys want to call him.
Matt will be out in a minute.
Sounds great. Thanks, Matt. Okay. Okay, as far as operations go, I do want to tell you a little bit about the project and how I envision it. The Academy's Farm and Forest Preschool plans to operate from approximately 8 a.m. through 6 p.m., Monday through Friday, serving children ages 3 to 6 years old. Our vision is to integrate outdoor play and learning environments into the 37-acre space, such as greenhouses, chicken coops, goat enclosures, mud kitchens, and natural play equipment. As shown in our architectural drawings, our plan is to construct 3 classrooms on the lower level. If you do want to reference it, there is architectural drawings that show the floor plan as it's been designed by Dean Camlin's office. It should be in your packet. Those 3 classrooms would be 959 square foot, 607 square foot, 668 square foot, which according to Maryland State Board of Education licensing requirements would be approved for, at the very maximum, 27 children, 17 children, and 19 children, for a total of 63 students total, requiring 7 teachers based on Maryland State Board of Ed ratios, and a director for a total of 71 occupants. Based on these numbers, the 25 parking spaces will exceed the requirement of 1 spot per 10 children and 1 for each staff member on staff or on shift. Drop-off and pickup will be staggered to ensure that traffic is minimized. Following the Forest School model, instruction will take place primarily outdoors in all seasons, using nature itself as a classroom. On evenings and weekends, the property will host educational classes, small group workshops, and day-long or weekend-long retreats for adults and families. These sessions will emphasize traditional skills and sustainable living, with programming similar to those offered at Fox Haven Farm in Frederick County. We plan for these classes to be intentionally small and to require pre-registration to ensure that class sizes will not be burdensome to the community. The retreat also plans to offer a limited number of overnight camping experiences during the year, where youth or adults may sleep in tents or other temporary shelters. All parking will be accommodated in the existing parking area. This property has a lot of unique features. The 2840 Cox Ridge Drive property is unique in both size and character. As a large tract of land zoned conservation within a rural neighborhood, it features mature forests, lush vegetation, sunny meadows, winding forest trails, and a spring-fed stream down in the bottom that eventually dumps into Morgan Run. These natural features are central to our mission and programming as a nonprofit focused on environmental education and sustainable living. Additionally, the existing block structures septic, wells, and other infrastructure on the property, which have set abandoned for decades, provide opportunities for reuse and conversion back into a retreat facility, saving on both costs and impact to the land. Now I'd like to talk about some of the variances that I have requested here. I would ask that you pay close attention to this section because there is slight nuance and change from what you have seen in the packet. So I do want to note that for the record, and I will point out those slight changes. Academy of Lost Arts, Inc. respectfully requests a variance for zoning article section 155.051C2 of up to 6 feet to accommodate an existing use in common drive that provides access to the property at 2840 Cox Ridge Drive. This driveway exists in a 40-foot easement, originally granted through deed of right-of-way to Carroll Christian Academy in August of 1997 filing. I do have a copy of that filing, that deed of right-of-way, if you would like a copy for the record.
Thank you.
Of course. This is Exhibit 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will go ahead and accept that into evidence.
I'm going to get right back up again here because the right-of-way and easement was not impacted by a later declaration of maintenance obligations or subdivision plat filed June 1st, 1999. With that, I would ask that we can enter the declaration of maintenance obligation and the accompanying plat into evidence at this time.
No objection.
Thank you, sir.
And we will accept that into evidence.
Yep. And these are marked 2 and 3. Two first.
Thank you.
Of course. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, back to the access drive. So the access drive measures approximately 17 feet in width for most of its 210-foot length, extending from Nicodemus Road to our on-site parking area. The final segment of the drive, approximately 20 feet nearest to the parking lot, narrows to a width of 14 plus or minus feet at the Y nearest the access drive. As a final note and correction to the BZ application attachments, if the aforementioned driveway variance is not granted, the Academy is willing to widen the access drive from Nicodemus Road to the parking area within the existing right-of-way to a minimum of 18 feet from Nicodemus Road to the parking area. There were questions about whether that was going to be legal, and I've consulted with property attorneys who do believe we can take care of that, but we'll get to that later. All right, moving on to setbacks. Oh, 1 second. The Academy requested,
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Are you withdrawing your request for a driveway with variance?
no, I am still asking for the variance. If the variance is not granted, I am willing to then widen the driveway.
Does that clarify it for you, Mr. Schaefer?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. You can continue.
Fantastic. All right, moving on to the setback requests. The Academy requests a variance related to zoning article Articles 158.071.03, which is the conservation bulk requirement, requiring a 100-foot side yard. There's other requirements too, but the only one that requires a variance is a 100-foot side yard. The side yard of the existing structure, where the academy intends to host its main facility, is exactly 100 feet on the plan produced by CLSI. However, according to a previous site plan, that measurement was 99 feet plus or minus. Today, actually, my representative at CLSI has gone to the site. He went there yesterday, and they confirmed that it is actually 99.7 feet from the side yard. And we're talking about the eastern-facing side, which is the closest to the parking lot, to the property line. So we're talking about less than 1 foot variance request for that. But out of an abundance of caution, the Academy respectfully requests the 1 foot variance to meet the letter of the aforementioned article. Continuing setbacks. Under Article 158.164C, so this relates specifically to the retreat center use case, there is a requirement for a 100-foot minimum setback from adjoining property for use as a retreat center. The Academy respectfully requests variances of 22 feet on the north side of the building, where there's a 79-foot plus or minus to the nearest property line. And again, 1 foot on the east-facing side of the building, where some, like I said, some site plans note that it is a 99 plus or minus foot to the nearest property line. We know that to be 99.7 feet. Strict enforcement of these 100-foot setbacks would require the existing block structure to be demolished and replaced by a structure on another part of the property. This disruption of land would be contrary to the purpose of the Conservation Zoning District and antithetical to the mission and values of the Academy. Revitalization of the abandoned structures not only saves on cost and impact to the land, but it also breathes life into a structure that has sat unsafe and run down for many years. Based on all of the unique features of this property described earlier in this section, the historical use of the property as a retreat center and camp, and the practical difficulty and unreasonable hardship that would result from the denial of this variance request and having to relocate the main building, the Academy respectfully makes these setback requests, variance requests. Now I have a section here titled Community Benefit. A primary goal of this project is to create a sense of community. The Academy intends to do this through a provision of reasonably priced alternative daycare solutions for the hardworking men and women of our community. Right now, there's a daycare shortage. If you call every daycare in Carroll County, because this is how I started my market research on this particular topic, they're all waitlisted. It's very difficult to get your kids into a daycare here in Carroll County. At least the first 3 that I called were waitlisted, and then I stopped. Further, community is fostered through the creation of jobs, volunteer opportunities, and the provisions of classes where we can form relationships with our community members. Kind of go on a tangent here, but I picture a world where I can accept career and tech, early childhood education students as aides and volunteers and helpers and give them internship opportunities. I currently am getting ready to host in my attorney position in my general counsel real job, my day job position. I think it's my 9th intern from Carroll County Public Schools. I am dedicated to bringing up the next generation of folks and giving them hands-on experiential training. So I do envision that being part of the program. The proposed uses are designed to be low impact, seasonal, and compatible with the rural residential character of the surrounding area. Mitigation strategies and compliance notes include parking. All participants and staff will park on site in the existing parking area. There's no need for them to continue on past the parking area down the use in common driveway past the building. Noise. No amplified music. All evening program will maintain quiet, respectful noise levels in congruence with expectations of a residential area. Sanitation. Plumbed facilities will be included in the main building as depicted in the Phase 1 plans. Future portable or composting toilet solutions may be proposed later, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And obviously maintain health code standards. Structures. Any new structures will be temporary, low profile, or agriculturally styled to fit the aesthetic and meet the code needs. When I talk about that, I mean things like a chicken coop, because I'd like the little kids to be able to go out and collect their own eggs in the morning and collect them for their moms and dads. Or, a goat pen may have the need for a small shelter to house some pygmy goats in it that the kids can take care of every day. A greenhouse, which obviously is a temporary structure, things like that is what I'm imagining. Land use. All activities will enhance rather than diminish the landscape, preserving trees, soil health, and native wildlife. The intended use of the property by the Academy of the Lost Arts directly supports the purpose and spirit of Carroll County's conservation zoning, which seeks to preserve and protect natural resources and open spaces. Rather than altering or developing the landscape in ways that would compromise its ecological value, our use of the property is intentionally designed to be low intensity and land compatible. Existing meadows, forest trails, and water features will not only be preserved, but will serve as integral elements in our educational programming. We're committed to maintaining open space, protecting wildlife habitats, and encouraging future generations to value and care for the land. An approach fully aligned with the conservation goals of the zoning district. I know the precedent for the precedent case law for this particular topic of conditional use relies on Schultz v. Pritz. So I would like to go into talking about how I see this in light of Schultz v. Pritz, if that's acceptable. As the
More of a closing argument, but
I was thinking that I'm
happy
not
to
going to
say,
give legal advice, but you will have the opportunity for closing arguments.
Mr. Schaefer, I appreciate your expert advice on this. I'll move that to the end.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Schaefer.
advise you to withdraw your application. No.
Mr. Schaefer. All right. All right. So we'll go into that bit.
You're on a roll. You might as well just get going.
Keep it up. All right. So I'm going to skip that for now, but I will move straight to my conclusion of my own personal testimony. The Academy of Lost Arts has shown that its proposed use is consistent with the conditional uses envisioned by the, I'm sorry, this should probably be part of a closing argument, but I believe that throughout the day today, you will see that that the proposed use is consistent with the conditional uses envisioned by the zoning ordinance. My variance requests are not egregious, and I'm very willing to work with the community to make this just an asset to Nicodemus Road and beyond. So that concludes my testimony, and I guess we're moving on to direct, or no,
That's
cross.
actually,
We're moving on to cross.
okay, so Mr. Schaefer, we'll give you first chance. Do you have questions of her testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay?
Thank you. Ms. Basilone, so you're here in front of the board with 5 requests, correct? A conditional use request for a daycare, a conditional use request for a retreat facility, a variance to the driveway width requirements.
For each. I don't know if that counts as 2 variances.
I'm counting it as 1.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
And then 2 other variance requests to the setback requirements, correct?
Yeah, one of those being 0.3 feet.
Okay, but
Yeah,
it's a
it
variance
counts.
request,
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
You can't meet the code requirements in those respects right now,
That's
right?
accurate, sir.
Okay. Now, do you intend, if this is approved, to use every inch of this property for your use?
Obviously not, sir. I think that would be impossible.
Well, are you going to restrict the outdoor activities to certain areas?
Yes.
Where is that reflected in any of your application?
Does it need to be, sir?
Well, you're applying for a use with no restrictions, so I think the board, I think the neighbors need to assume that you're going to use the entire property. Is that correct to say?
I mean, the neighbors could ask me about that if they had a question, but I will tell you that the daycare center does have a fenced playground shown on the plans that were turned in with my BZA application. I believe it's an 80 by 50 rectangle, or maybe slightly parallelogram, I don't know. But that is on there. So under Maryland State Board of Education code requirements, you do not have to fence everything for children, but you have to have defined lines around. So it's up to the interpretation of actually your inspector as well. So it varies depending on what inspector you get. But like a carved path, for example, where the children can easily be spotted in the in the mode portion, that is considered to be in a lot of areas. I know Howard County Conservatory uses it this way. That's an acceptable, corral for children, cage, I don't know.
Let me try the question again. What part of your property your property, do you not intend to use as part of these uses?
The area that is 100 feet around the edge, sir. I mean, I'm not sure what you're trying to get at with this, but the main retreat center is the building itself. That is where the 3 classrooms would be held. That is where the 2 upstairs activity areas would be held. The baseball diamond, the thought for that is that would be the agricultural area, where there would be a greenhouse and potentially a chicken coop and obviously agricultural uses that are compliant with the code. But the main building is where the daycare center would be approved, sir, and also where the retreat center would be approved. However, there would be certain opportunities for camping in designated locations on the property if the retreat center would be approved, sir. Is that helpful?
Yeah, you focus on the daycare center. I'm focused more on the retreat facility.
Okay.
Where's the Falconry 101 going to take place?
Anywhere that is permissible within the state to fly your Falcon, which I believe on private property you can fly them anywhere.
Well, okay. I'm not going to dispute that it may be legal, but anywhere on the property is the answer. Is that correct?
Anywhere where yes.
Okay. Now, how about the outdoor cooking and wildcrafting? Where would that take place?
That depends. So if we're talking outdoor cooking, what I'm picturing, and I have not gone all through the regulations on whether I can get this approved or not, but every year my friends and I can. Right, we can lots of foods. I have a lot of friends that are farmers. My best friend has a beautiful farm in New Windsor, and we go to her house and we use an outdoor like propane cooker, and we can lots and lots of green beans and lots of corn and make pickles and all kinds of things. So when I say outdoor cooking, or when I say cooking, that's what I'm imagining. However, there's also in the plans a kitchen depicted. That is upstairs in activity area, I believe it's activity area 1. So there would be a possibility that could take place indoors if it was necessary.
Now, how about the identification of native turtles? Well, never mind, I'll strike that. Now, you said that the daycare will be primarily outdoors in all seasons. Is that correct?
So that is the Forest School model, and that is correct. Just like any daycare has an outdoor time, ours would just be longer than other daycares.
And also, it'll be on a 38-acre parcel, which is probably a little larger than most daycare centers operate. Would you agree with that?
It depends. I mean, North Carroll Community School, I don't know what their parcel is up there, but I think it's a pretty substantial piece of land.
Well, that's a little different enterprise, isn't it, than a daycare center?
They're actually opening a daycare center, but yes, I mean it's different than, I mean, every daycare is different, sir. But if you know this, if you follow the farm schools, we're actually in a pilot program here in the state of Maryland. It's becoming popular in other parts of the United States. Oregon was one of the first to pass it, but this is a very popular model that's kind of trickling down nationwide.
Listen, don't get me wrong. I like, the use sounds great, but I'm just trying to get the land use characteristics
Sure.
made clear. For instance, if during an outdoor activity, you're going to identify native turtles and snakes. I mean, you're not going to limit that to outside the woods, are you? You're going to go wherever you find native turtles and snakes, right?
Hopefully, we would be able to find them within close proximity to the building, sir. I was actually weed whacking there a couple weeks ago, and found a ringneck snake right outside the door of the property.
I know I'm beating this a little bit, but I'm trying to get this pinned down. For your daycare, you have tracking animals, observing plants, or exploring seasonal changes. Again, that will not be limited to a curtilage area around the building, will it not?
Sir, is there something in the law that says I'm restricted to a curtilage area to operate a daycare center? I'm asking.
It says that if it's an adverse effect above and beyond those inherently associated with such a use, regardless of its location in the zone, yes, it's in Schultz v. Pritz. But that's an argument for closing argument.
Fair enough.
So, but you're going to use the whole property. Is that correct to say?
I would say that is undetermined. What you were referencing there are sample schedules, and we don't actually have students or schedules yet. So that's subject to change depending on what the BZA says I can or cannot do with my own property, sir.
Okay. Just to be clear, I'm referencing the narrative you attached to your application. I'm not just making this up, am I?
Correct. At the top it says sample plan, sir. Sample schedule.
Gotcha. Now, how about the right-of-way that you have?
Yes.
You have a 40-foot right-of-way, which you submitted documents to.
Yes, sir.
To establish that.
Mm-hmm.
That right-of-way goes all the way back some 200 feet, well.
210.
To the entrance to the people's houses that live at the end of it, right?
That's accurate, sir.
Okay, and it's 40 foot wide the whole way back.
It's actually not, sir.
Your easement's not 40 foot wide?
That's correct.
What is it?
It's 40 foot back to the first property, then it drops to 30 foot, then it drops to 20 foot.
Okay. And do you, and that document provides you with that right-of-way with no maintenance costs, correct?
That is my reading and interpretation, yes, sir.
So you don't have a shared maintenance with the 3 property owners that you will share that driveway with?
Not legally, however, I'm a very nice person, and I would be willing to modify the DOA to take care of my portion of the driveway.
Okay. Do you intend to use the full extent of that right-of-way if this use is approved?
No, not unless it was for like an emergency vehicle entrance.
Excuse me?
No, I do not intend to use the entirety of that driveway. I said it earlier, but it may have been missed. But my hope is to only use the access drive. I don't really see a reason for anyone to enter the residential subdivision plat that continues down. There may be, an occasional need for a construction vehicle as like, for example, if a septic system has to be put in, right? You may have to be able to get a truck back there or a machine back there. However, if necessary, and if I can't come to, terms, I can also traverse my 38 acres to get back there. That said, sir, my goal in this, and had your clients actually come talk to me about it, I would have told them this and explained it. But my goal in this is that only that first section of the access drive would be widened to 18 feet, and that would be the ingress-egress for the daycare center and retreat center. There's really no reason in my mind for regular patrons of the daycare center or retreat center to go anywhere past that. We have 25 designated parking spaces in the right near the building. I would be very happy to put up lovely made signage that said, "Do not cross this point." I would also be very happy to stand out there as we get the preschool kicked off and say, "Hey, you guys, parking's over here. We don't pass here," right? And just like any school has kind of, a crossing guard, I'm happy to be that person and make sure that we respect the privacy of the people back the lane.
Are you going to be on the site regularly if this is approved, to manage the daycare center?
That's the goal, sir, yes.
Okay, so you're going to be the person.
I would love to be that person.
And you've got the Academy of the Lost Arts is a non-stock corporation that you've formed, correct?
That is accurate, sir.
Would you draw a salary for your use of that property?
No, sir.
You wouldn't.
No, sir. I don't draw a salary now, and I put a whole lot of time and effort into it. I mean, I'm not saying that never, and if the board approved it, then perhaps at someday, but I don't think this is a tax question. Like, are we in?
No, I'm just wondering if
Tax
you're
court?
going to be on the site to do it, and if there's going to be people there that are salaried. Are there going to be
Yeah.
people on the site that are salaried?
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
You have to have 6 teachers and 1 director on premise. My hope is honestly to kind of do the maintenance portion of this. I want to build things and do things and create things. Yeah.
okay, again, I'm not attacking your use. I'm attacking or trying to figure out what the impact of the use will be.
Sure.
The retreat facility.
Yes, sir.
You say on evenings, weekends, and during select seasonal events, the
Sure.
property will host educational classes, small group workshops, and day-long or weekend retreats for adults and families,
Yes, sir.
correct? So this property will be used from 360, potentially, 365 days a year, 7 days a week, from 8 a.m. till, well, really midnight, because if you're camping, they're going to be there overnight, right?
That would actually be midnight to midnight. But yeah, potentially.
Okay, potentially. Now, and part of those activities will include overnight camping?
If allowed, I can kind of elaborate on that a little bit more. Last year, I went to Australia for a couple weeks, and I taught survival classes down there to groups of high school girls. And basically, we taught them skills. They didn't even get to make a fire on their own, but they got a tent, and they had to do a 24-hour solo camp out. Those are the types of activities. I also, I'm an assistant scoutmaster for my son's Boy Scout troop. We're actually going to be the first high adventure Boy Scout troop that accepts girls in the county, Troop 735. So I'm very involved in the community, and I'm very eager to give kids the types of experiences that I had growing up. Yes, sir.
Okay, so there will be overnight camping on occasion out there, and that would be a weekend event?
That's accurate.
In fact, you've attached again, as you point out, a sample itinerary for that.
That's accurate, sir.
All right, so, and that's on, and so you would check in Friday from 4 to 6 p.m., correct?
Hypothetically, yes.
Okay, and that's check-in and tent setup.
Yep.
And then Saturday morning, 7:30 to 8:30 that night would be opening circle and fire ceremony, right?
Yes, sir. Are we going to go through this line for line?
Well, no, I'm skipping a couple.
Okay.
And then Saturday morning is 7:30 to 8:30 is morning movement and herbal tea, right?
Perhaps, yeah, that might.
And then,
Be a good
again,
thing.
all day you have activities, but 7:30 to 9 is evening fire circle and storytelling Saturday night, correct?
That's accurate, sir.
And then Sunday, 8 to 9 a.m. is breakfast, correct?
Sounds like a reasonable schedule, yes.
All right, and then 11:30 to 12 is closing circle and departures.
Yes, and that's Sunday, correct?
Yeah, that's Sunday.
Yep,
And
that's-
then, do you believe that during those events, anyone will want to use the rest of that driveway to get their equipment further back in the property?
No.
Because do you agree that your existing cutoff driveway is about 200 feet from Nicodemus Road?
I believe it's 210 feet, yes, sir.
Okay, and then you cut off into the area where the current building is located, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does that building currently have bathrooms in it?
No, it's, they've been stripped out. It's a complete shell.
Okay. Now, you refer to it as abandoned, right?
I would consider it abandoned, yes, sir.
And not used, and you refer to the property as not used for decades, right?
The last record I could find was 1995.
Okay, so, but did you refer to the property as not used for decades?
I I think I did refer to that, yeah, in my testimony earlier. I mean, it has not been inhabited or used for any approved purpose. There has been permits pulled, obviously in 2019. It was approved for use as a retreat center that the owner failed to pull the appropriate permits, so that approval was revoked or reversed, I don't know what the word is. So, I mean, I'm not saying that nobody's been on the property, and I'm not saying that the owners haven't, done things with the property, but what I'm saying is it has not had a dedicated use for decades, yes,
Can I
sir.
see Exhibit 5, please?
Which one did they do?
Exhibit 5, which you turned in, that's right there.
Do you need a copy, sir?
No, it's the one that has the decision I put in.
Oh.
5A.
We don't have that.
5A?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so are you aware that the previous case you just referred to contains the sentence in the decision, "The property would not be used on a daily basis"? You aware of that?
Sir, I've testified, well, first of all, you did not actually make me a copy of that, so I did not know that. You didn't share this evidence with me. However, there's no intention of using this property on a daily basis. I mean, I know there's nothing that's going to prevent that, right? There's nothing in the law that would prevent that. That said, this is a labor of love. A lot of volunteers would be running this. And I would imagine, and I think I put this in my packet of information that you're actually reading from, potentially one weekend of the month would be an overnight weekend. Also, that would be seasonal, right? I'm not doing campouts with Girl Scouts in the wintertime. I mean, maybe once in the winter, they can get some winter survival in, but I don't anticipate any time from October through May, any type of overnight use. So this would very much be a seasonal activity, specifically the overnights. I'm not saying, and I don't know if you referred to the website for the, what is it called? Fox Haven Farm up in Frederick, but it's a really good model of what I would like to do. Essentially, they hold like one small, daily, one session on a Saturday morning. It might be beekeeping this week. And next week, they may have a session on falconry, and that might be like 2 hours in the afternoon. The following weekend, maybe they have a Girl Scout, 3-day event, or even a one-night event, like I said, 24-hour solo camp out, something like that. But I'm not intending to use this property 365 days a year, sir.
I think I heard you say at the beginning of that answer, you have no intention to use it daily. That only applies to the retreat facility, correct?
No. Well, I guess, daily, when you're talking daily for a daycare center, we're talking Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., I think is what was in the plan. So that,
I just wanted to clarify that there will be a daycare center. If you get this approved, the daycare center will run 5 days a week, right?
that would be an ideal situation. I'm not saying that I will get that approved through the Maryland State Board of Education. I also don't know if, I've looked at various options because there's a lot of nature-based preschools that only operate, 10 a.m. to noon every day, right? And they have small sessions. So while I did provide a sample schedule, I really have a lot of hurdles to jump through before I know what those schedules will actually look like and what the extent of that occupation would be.
You're not testifying to this board that you're going to restrict your hours of operation, are you?
No, I believe I said I was unsure.
Okay, gotcha. Now, other than the health department septic permit you submitted and the zoning decision that we just talked about, do you have any evidence that the prior use of this property was ever governmentally approved?
I do not, sir. There's very scant evidence in the record.
Do you know when that block building was built?
I believe it has 1969 on the cornerstone.
Does it really?
I believe so.
The SDA, would it surprise you if I said the SDAT has it listed as 1963? I'm not saying that's correct. I'm just saying that's what the SDAT puts on their, State Department of Assessments and Taxation puts on their print. But we don't know.
I couldn't find a record.
All right.
I did see the SDAT record, though.
And they have that assessed at $1 million, don't they?
Which is crazy. They actually assess it.
property.
Yeah, but there's a caveat there because they assessed it based upon commercial, based upon it having a commercial use. If you look at the SDAT website, and it's something I would like to try and fight because I'm paying a lot of taxes
Well,
on
do you have to
property
pay
that is.
taxes as a nonprofit?
You do on property, sir.
You do?
Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was not cheap.
Well, do you have any idea? Well, never mind. It doesn't make a difference for the board whether it's assessed at 20 million or not, I guess, but, okay.
Nope.
Now, in your variance request, or as part of your support for your variance request, you state that this is unique, unusual, I guess, in the sense that it has an existing building on it, right?
Yeah, I think I grouped it together, but really the topography, and we'll get into this with my witness testimony. But yes, there's a lot of different things that make this property unique.
Okay, but you have 38 acres there. You could move this or tear this building down and build another one that was 100 feet from Mr. May's property line, couldn't you not?
Mr. Mays.
Instead of 79?
Yeah, absolutely could. It would probably cause some undue hardship, but I could do that.
Well, what would be the undue hardship? Would it be the cost and expense?
Impact to the land, potentially, obviously cost is always a factor in that. You'd also have the inconvenience of the parking area not being compatible with the building structure. And just, yeah, that's all I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay, but you do say saves on cost and impact to the land, right?
I think that's true, yes.
Okay. Now, you've submitted a building permit application that's currently pending
That's accurate, sir.
for the improvements shown on your architectural drawings that you've attached to this application, correct?
Yes, it was a Phase 1 renovation, architectural renovation.
Okay, what's phase two?
Phase 2 is like plumbing, electric, like this was more like foundational and putting a new roof on the place.
Okay, and the greenhouse, the other ones are envisioned as temporary type structures, the goat?
Yeah, and very temporary and also down the road, right? None of this happens overnight.
How about the playground that you show? Is that down the road, or is that going to be part of the daycare center?
No, in order to get approval as a daycare center, you do have to have a fenced play area.
Okay, so you've shown that located on their.
That's accurate, yes.
Now, your building permit application estimates the cost of your renovations at $800,000. So do you know that?
My building permit application did?
Yes.
Yeah, that's Phase 1. The Phase 2 is much more substantial than that.
Okay. And yet, wouldn't it be cheaper to just move the building?
Probably so. We contemplated like putting a barn dominium up. We contemplated, just changes. However, we believe that we can, without impacting the land, we can maintain the existing location of the structure and make it a really beautiful space. So we did bat that idea around, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, regarding the variance request for the width of the driveway,
Yes, sir.
you state that strict enforcement of the 18-foot minimum width requirement would impose a practical difficulty and unreasonable hardship, as there is no way to widen the drive or create an alternate access without disrupting neighboring properties or violating code standards.
Yeah, so that's actually, I corrected my statement with my testimony today. That was that note that I put in there. where we've kind of reassessed that, and we do believe that the driveway could be widened to 18 feet the access drive rather, not the whole driveway, right? The access drive from Nicodemus Road, 210 feet into the parking area, sir.
So you didn't know you're not withdrawing your variance request. You still want to use the existing driveway without widening it, correct?
Is there a legal reason why I need to withdraw my variance request?
Well,
I don't know.
Okay, but you now know, or you've discovered, that you really could make it 18 feet wide if you needed to, correct?
Yes, and like I've stated several times here, I'm happy to do that.
Okay. Now, you're stating that this application is for, let me make sure I got this right. Up to 63 children, right?
Yeah, I was putting that down as a guideline. That is based on Maryland State Board of Education. That's the maximum occupancy for the current planned classrooms. Yes, sir.
Well, is that your plan? I mean, if business is good and you just testified and you can't find daycare in Carroll County, if it hits it off, are you going to have 63 kids?
I think 63 is a pretty sizable number. I think that's like an aspiration. And honestly, I don't know that in the first 5 years of operation, we'll see anything close to that.
Okay. And that's 8 staff members, right?
That's what's required under the code, yes. And when I say the code, I mean Maryland State Board of Ed.
Okay. Now, do you have any, are you presenting today to the board any traffic testimony about the traffic that will be generated by that use?
I believe that a robust traffic plan would actually have to be submitted at the civil engineering stage of this process. So I do not have a traffic expert. That said, I do have a site plan expert, and I am willing to go, do whatever traffic studies that I would need to do at the next phase of this.
Well, do you understand that one of the things this board looks at is traffic and the impact of traffic on properties when it considers a conditional use request?
I understand that, sir.
And do you know how many trips this is slated to generate, this proposed daycare center? Forget about the retreat center for now. How many trips do you think this? You know what I mean when I say trips?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. How many trips do you think this daycare center will generate if it's approved and operates at 63 kids with 8 staff members?
I don't know, if I buy a school bus and I bus them in from some other location, it could potentially only be a couple more trips.
How's that bus going to make the turn off Nicodemus Road?
That's for a civil engineer to decide, sir.
Is it your belief that that a school bus-sized vehicle could make a turn off Nicodemus and come up that driveway and make a turn into your place?
Sir, I'm not an expert in traffic or in civil engineering.
But really, your plan contemplates the typical drop-off pickup situation with daycare, does it not?
Yes, it was a sample plan, sir.
Well, yes, okay. And explain how that works. I mean, you say you're going to stagger the 8 to 9:30 drop-off of these 3 to 6-year-olds.
Yes.
How's that going to work? I mean, are you just going to tell somebody, you're 8, you're 8:15, you're 8:30, you're 8, how's that going to work?
Sir, I know you don't have any little kids right now, but I'm at a daycare center on a very regular basis, and it just naturally happens that parents go to work at different times of the day. I can't regulate, or maybe I could regulate. I could say you're the 9 to 9:30 drop off, you're the 8 to 8:30 drop off, and you're the whatever. But I mean, that's possible, and I'm willing to go down that route if I have to. I'm also willing, you're bringing up the fact that a school bus may not be able to make that turn, but what about a 15-passenger van? Then you could reduce it to 4 trips per day if you use a 15-passenger bus or whatever, 15-passenger just cargo van, just like a lot of daycares do.
I'm going to violate my rule and ask a question I don't know the answer to. How many daycare centers of 3 to 6-year-olds do you know that have buses?
A lot, sir.
Okay.
Celebrity has small buses at every location.
Well, Celebrary's got a lot of older children, don't they?
Yes.
Yes. Now, let's talk about the age of these children. Do these children are of an age where you just don't open the car door and scoot them out, right?
That's correct, sir.
So how do you do the drop-off? And let's talk about pickup.
Sure.
Is that going to be a circle around the building?
That's accurate, sir.
Because you've got the one-way arrows shown around that building, right?
That's right.
And there'll be a doorway somewhere along that way where the staff will be, and that's where the drop-off and pickup will take place, correct?
You got it.
Okay. And what's that entail? How do you organize that so it doesn't create a long wait for people to queue in line with their cars to wait for their child to be put in the car?
Again, staggered pickups and drop-offs, sir, and also, that possibility of a 15-passenger van.
Okay. And do these children, these children will be in car seats, right?
If it's a state requirement from Maryland State Board of Education.
No, when they get in the car, are they going to be in car seats or not?
Oh, you mean when their parents are dropping them off?
Yeah, in their parents' car, are they going to be in car seats?
Yes, you would have to be in car seats.
Okay. And when you pick up a child and you're waiting to have your child brought to your car or put in your car, does it take a little time to put them in a car seat?
It does.
Okay. And so how's that work? I mean, is it just going to back up the line? Is it any chance that the line's going to back up and come out into the Houston Common driveway?
Sir, you're bringing up very good points. Maybe we need to widen the access drive to 40 feet so we can have a lane up there.
So you think it's possible that it would back up, huh?
I honestly, I don't know. I think we'd have to have a traffic survey done to understand that.
Now, have you looked at I know you have, so you've looked at the sight distance from the existing driveway at Nicodemus Road, correct?
We have, yes.
And Mr. Hackett's here presumably to testify on that later, correct?
That's accurate, sir.
Okay. So what do you know about it? Does the current access meet Carroll County Code for sight distance?
I can't really speak to that, sir. I'm not a...
You don't know the answer to that?
I don't believe it currently meets it. I believe that there, in the next phases of this, I believe there are ways, that's a brainstorming session for later.
So it's pretty, well, never mind. Bear with me. Okay, now, you own a 50-foot wide fee simple strip that's parallel to the existing driveway, do you not?
Is it parallel to the existing driveway, sir? Or, I mean, it's not adjacent to that driveway. I just want to be clear. There's an easement, and then I own a 50-foot strip. Is that accurate?
Well, parallel to your easement, does that?
Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah, I just want to be clear that, like, it's not abutting the driveway.
Do we have, does the file contain a big drawing of her thing? Can I see that, please?
It does. I can bring it up here, sir, if that's helpful.
Well, that'd be good. That'd be fine, but I wouldn't mind seeing the,
Sure.
I'm an old guy, I like the
I'm
paper.
also old and I can't read this.
It's in the back.
You got it up there?
I will momentarily. Which version are you looking at? Are you looking at a CLSI prepared?
It's plat to a company. It's plat to a company that you filed through application?
Yeah, the CLSI one.
Yeah,
Got it.
okay. So I don't know how visible that is, but will you come up here with me so I can?
Yeah, I can come look.
show the board this?
Yeah, of course.
What's shown. What's that?
That's the 50-foot wide strip we were just discussing.
So sorry, where is that?
For reference, where's Nicodemus Road?
At the front of the strip.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Upper right-hand corner is Nicodemus,
Nicodemus runs here.
okay?
Would you say that it's fair, we gotta do these microphones. Would you say is it fair to say that that strip was acquired to provide fee simple access for this parcel?
I don't know that answer, sir.
Do you know when it was acquired?
I don't know when it was acquired. I do know, I've read that it was transferred, but I don't know all the history or details or when that happened.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
Now, you don't want to build a driveway in your 50-foot strip, do you?
Sir, it's not that I don't want to. It's that it obviously greatly increases the costs of the project. It also pushes you over like stormwater runoff drainage analysis. I am not completely convinced that the sight line at that other location would be possible without significant grading and removal of vegetation from land that I do not own.
What was I missed the last part of that. Does something,
Yeah, I don't know that that sight line on that 50-foot wide strip. If you were to come out directly out there, I do not have confidence that without modifying and banking the land to the left and right that I do not own, that would be possible.
Mr. Schaefer, I'm just asking, but would these questions be better suited to Mr. Hackett when he's called as a witness?
Probably.
in some degree, but I'd like to find out why she's doing, I don't think Mr. Hackett's gonna be able to answer why don't you wanna build a driveway in there. Maybe he is, but I'd like to hear it from her.
Okay.
Now, did you just say, if I understood you correctly, you just said that you were concerned about sight distance if you were to use that 50-foot strip?
I have not personally done the analysis. I'm just, standing at the end there. I just put up a mailbox the other week. I know what it looks like, and I'm obviously not a professional, and this is probably a better question directed at Mr. Hackett.
You also said that it pushes you over the stormwater management threshold, did you not?
Yeah, that is accurate. If you were to put in a whole new driveway, obviously you'd hit that threshold.
So you're trying to stay below the 5,000 square foot of disturbance limit. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, I think most people that are building would want to do that.
With a project,
Mr. Schaefer, we're going to take about a 5-minute break, if we could right now. To order.
I'm ready to continue if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Schaefer.
Now, you just said that putting the new driveway in would maybe push over the stormwater management limit, the 5,000 square foot disturbance. Would the driveway widening also contribute to that limit of disturbance?
I mean, more ground would be disturbed, sir, but we would still not hit the threshold.
All right. So, and you've obviously talked about this matter, because not everybody knows about the 5,000 square foot, but when you're developing property, you learn about it pretty quickly, don't you?
I've been talking about this for a year now.
Okay. So you don't want to meet the environmental codes? Is that what the goal is here with this development?
I mean, sir, I wouldn't say that is the goal of the development. I would say it would be nice not to, up the costs by, $150,000 or $200,000. But I'm not saying that if push came to shove and that was the only way of putting a access drive in, obviously I would bite the bullet and take care of that.
Well, okay, so you paid $650,000 for this, correct? This property, this real estate?
That's correct, sir.
And the previous guy that was before the board paid $300,000 for it about 4 or 5 years ago, correct?
Yes, but that was a church-to-church transaction, sir, so I don't think that it's an apples-to-apples comparison.
Well, I'm not saying anything about it. I'm just saying that and then you got 800,000 into phase one. That's 1.45 million, and then you got phase two, which is the plumbing and other stuff, right?
Your estimates are better than mine because I don't remember what those numbers
Well, they
are.
aren't estimates. They're what was stated on your, the 650's in the deed and the 800's on your building permit application.
Yes, those two are correct. The third one that you just estimated was an estimate.
Oh, the 1.4 was me adding them together.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, so now you say in your narrative that the existing 17-foot width where the driveway abuts Nicodemus Road does not pose a safety hazard. Is that correct?
Yeah, I said that, and that was in my non-professional opinion, just based upon, the trips that I've taken down that road. But it's probably best that at our next hearing, I bring in a traffic expert and they can testify as to, the number of accidents and anything else that might have occurred.
Well, we're here today and we don't have a traffic expert, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So you've obviously driven there and been there at the site, right?
That's accurate, sir.
Okay. Do you think it's possible that if and when you start operating your daycare center, there will be cars exiting and entering that driveway at the same time?
I mean, yes, that would be expected, sir.
That would be especially expected at the morning and evening peak hours, right?
I would say yes.
And is that driveway wide enough there to accommodate those traffic movements at that point on Nicodemus Road, in your opinion?
I think the code says 18 feet is the minimum, so technically it's 1 foot less than the code standard.
Okay. But the code standard also has sight distance rules, doesn't it?
I'm not familiar with those, but I believe it does.
Well, okay. You're not claiming that there is any non-conforming use status to this property based on its historic use, correct?
Could you word that differently? I'm not a property expert.
Well, since you've stated that the property has not been used and been abandoned for a couple decades, you're not alleging that there's any kind of entitlement that this property has to any kind of zoning approval. Are you?
Understood. I think my understanding was that because the retreat center was approved back in 2019, such time had passed that there are currently no non-conforming uses on the property.
Now, your building permit application that was filed on your behalf for this project
Okay.
states no change of use on the permit application. Do you know why that's stated on there?
Yes, I think, if I'm understanding correctly, and this is coming from my architect who submitted those plans, the Maryland SDAT website lists the property as commercial. So I don't think that, I think it was probably just a discrepancy in the record that caused him to put that down there, sir. And that's, like I said, that's why it's valued at $1 million, because I talked to the tax people about it.
Well, no change of use gets you a much reduced development review, doesn't it?
I'm not
And permit
sure about
review.
that, sir.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
I think it was no change of use, sir, because there's currently no use, and even after the building would be done, there would still be no use approved.
Okay, well, we'll leave that for the reviewers to address. Have you investigated the feasibility of improving access to the property with a commercial entrance under Carroll County's development regulations?
Not yet, sir, no.
Are you familiar with the concept of a commercial entrance with curb and gutter and width and turn radiuses, et cetera?
I can picture what that is, but I have no familiarity with it at all.
And you don't intend to do that unless you're required to do it, is that correct?
If I'm required to do it, I absolutely will. I honestly, I can't speak on the matter because I just don't know anything about it.
Okay, and I mean, because you think it's safe as is, right? So you don't need a better entrance, right?
Sir, like I said, I'm not a traffic expert. I can't really testify on this.
Well, you're going to invite 65 students and their parents on that property, aren't you?
Yes, yes.
Now, are you familiar with the definition of a commercial camping area in the Carroll County zoning code?
Yes, I've read that.
Do you think does your use, in your opinion, entail an application for a commercial camping area?
Sir, without having the code in front of me, I can't really speak to it.
Let me show you a copy of it.
That'd be great. I mean, the only part of this particular definition, okay. The only part that I would disagree and is probably not befitting of the use case is that third line where it says, for persons engaged in recreational or vacational activities. The goal and mission of the retreat center is not recreation, nor is it vacation. Sir, the goal is education. Okay, and that, to me, education, fulfillment, health, that falls more directly under retreat center as the use, sir.
And I've shown you, so that's in the definition section.
Sure.
And then I've also shown you 158.171
Yes.
of the zoning code, have I not?
You do show it to me right here.
And that contains standards and criteria that govern commercial camping areas, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does show that, yes.
Okay. And does your proposed use meet any of those?
Sir, there's 8 standards here, and like I said, we're not a commercial camping venue.
Okay. I think you partially answered this, so forgive me, but your background and experience in owning and operating a daycare center?
0.
Okay.
I'm a mom.
I thought you knew a bunch of them that had buses.
Yeah, I'm a mom.
Oh, okay.
My kids go to daycare. They have for 9 years.
Do you believe that the activities you contemplate on the site, both daycare and retreat facility, will generate noise or odors which leave your property lines?
No, sir.
You don't believe anybody's going to be able to hear outdoor activities off your property line? I'm not asking if they violate the decibel rules of the noise ordinance. Do you believe that people outside your property that live in houses adjacent to your property will be able to hear activities that occur on your property from their property?
I mean, I guess it's always feasible, but I just don't believe that the sound of children playing is going to travel so far that it would be, audible or loud or disruptive on anyone else's property.
Well, for some people, it's music to their ears, isn't it? Children playing.
Whether that would get approval or not. Although, it would be an ideal situation to be able to do survival classes and be able to, start a fire. And I can't say that in that situation that, fumes or smoke would not travel, but it would be no different than, you having a campfire in your backyard with your kids, sir.
Except that it would be in an institutional or commercial setting, right?
I mean, that, I guess, would be the only difference, yes.
Okay. Now,
We're not talking about bonfire,
now
though.
you admonished me a little bit for focusing on this document, but this is the document you submitted with your application, is it not?
That's correct, sir. And I've made some realizations and learned a lot throughout this process. Like I said, I'm not a professional. I prepared that myself, and I am, learning as I go.
Well, does this or does this not reflect what you intend to use the property for?
It's a sample, sir. I mean, I don't have teachers. I don't have a group of individuals that are coming up with curriculum or planning. This was simply kind of out of kindness to show, what, trying to dispel rumors about what, obviously what the use case would be and, give an idea, paint a picture of what this could be. I'm not saying it is going to be any of those things.
Well, you got to say it's going to be something if you want an approval from the BZA.
It'll be a daycare center, sir.
Okay. That's it, huh? No other explanation? Okay, never mind. I'm sorry, I apologize. I retract that. Have you investigated whether or not a large vehicle like a fire truck, trash truck, et cetera, could navigate the turn into the existing driveway?
I have not, sir.
Okay. Have you seen the scrape marks at the bottom of the driveway where it enters Nicodemus Road?
I have not personally taken note.
You've not seen them or noticed them?
No, I didn't notice them.
Okay. Have you ever bottomed out when you made a turn onto Nicodemus Road from that driveway?
I usually take it pretty slow and come from an angle, because I do notice that it is a sharp, junction there.
Do you plan to offer any sorts of holistic health treatments as part of the use?
Can you provide an example?
Massage, acupuncture,
No.
anything like that?
No.
None of these retreats will focus on those?
No.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but... Do you know now, you testified that you would be on the site on a daily basis or regularly to manage and operate it, is that correct?
That's accurate, sir.
Okay. Do you know now anybody else that would be, that's going to be hired to do that work?
No, they'd have to go through a hiring process, sir.
Okay. Do you have partners in this enterprise, this Academy of the Lost Arts?
I have a board of directors.
Gina Palermo and Amanda Green?
That's correct, sir.
Are they going to be on the site?
No, they're a temporary board as per our bylaws. We would elect a new board prior to the actual opening.
Okay. You will bear with me just one second. I have to review my messy notes. Did anyone make, during the period where you looked at this property, how'd you find this property?
A internet search of
Okay.
real estate.
Anybody make any promises to you in that process as to its eligibility or entitlement to certain uses like the one you're applying for here today?
No, sir.
You said that the property is unique in size and character. What's the basis for your claim that this property, 38-acre property in the Conservation District, is unique?
Because, well, are you talking about the topography of the land itself?
Talking about whatever reason you have to say, to form the basis for a statement that this property is somehow
Yeah.
unique in the Conservation District in Carroll County.
Sure. So there's a spring that you can see in the bottom there, and that opens to like a nice babbling brook through the bottom. There's carved trails already on the property that weave all around, which would be idyllic for taking kids on a hike to look at leaves in the fall, right? There's also mature trees and mature forests. It's 38, approximately 38 acres, a little under. But if you look at like the conservation district that it's in right there, a lot of the other properties are between like 2 and 5 acres. I think it's also unique in that it has a large open space, which is the baseball field. That's a unique, because a lot of times the conservation district is, and it's also a very flat space, right? It's already like graded flat as a baseball diamond would be. So I found that to be very unique and interesting, and also like an ideal space in my mind for some animal habitat and things like that.
Do you envision using the baseball field for its intended purpose?
No, sir.
Period, the end, and no softball allowed?
There will no longer be a baseball field there, sir.
Oh, there will no longer be a baseball field, okay. Do you, the drawing that's on the board,
Yes, sir.
what's that show in the bottom? Yeah,
Down here? Those are septic system plans. I think they were previously designed septic for like one of the prior owners, not for me.
now those are, yeah, so you're aware that those were constructed or perked, no, not constructed, that those percolation tests were conducted in 2006, 2011, back in that area? Is that right?
I was not aware of that, sir, but I trust you on it.
So what do you think what's that mean? Are you gonna put those sand mounds in?
I haven't got to that stage of planning, sir. I'm not sure.
Okay. But if they're approved perks, you would want to use them, wouldn't you?
I mean, that would seem like a logical thing to do, sir.
And those are sand mound perks, right?
That's accurate, sir.
And one of them is about 25 feet from Lisa Langmead's lot, is that right?
Yes, but I have to clarify that I think this was a much larger project that was being planned than is the nature-based preschool that I've proposed. Therefore, we wouldn't need a system anywhere near this large for my proposed use.
So what was the project that was being proposed?
I spoke to Matt Shipley. This was probably a year ago, and I don't recall, but I do remember him saying that I would need a much less robust system than what's stated there.
I've had trouble finding out the answer myself, but I've heard girls' dormitory. Have you ever heard that one?
Maybe that's familiar.
But never permitted, never through the BZA, never anything
Accurate.
other than these perk tests got approved, right?
That, I don't really know the history, but I trust you.
Okay, well, you shouldn't do that. I'm on the
That's
other
fine.
side.
You seem like a nice guy.
Yeah. She didn't say.
Sorry.
But that plan's not even finally approved, is it?
No, sir, I was not required to submit a site plan.
I got it. Yeah, I got it. But even back in 2006, 2011, it never got a final approval, right?
I can't speak to that, sir.
If you don't know, you don't know. Good,
Yeah.
that's fine, fine. All right. I'm close to the end.
How close?
Maybe like, give me 60 seconds, I might be done.
Okay. 59.
Why don't you put it up on the board, that 3-minute sticker the commissioners use to silence their citizens?
Are you going to reclaim your time again now?
I'm going to try not to alienate anybody, okay?
Fifteen, 14.
That concludes my,
Perfect.
Okay, at this point, we are going to go ahead and, we've made plans to go ahead and hear the rest of this case on the
August 27th, 9 o'clock.
August 27th, 9 a.m. in the morning. At this point, this is a good stopping point. We have a fourth case that we have to go through today. We're going to take about a 45-minute break for lunch and then come back to that. So thank you very much for your indulgence. If that date does not work for either one of you, get in contact with Ms. Vance and we'll go forward. from
excuse
that.
me, I thought that we double-checked that it does work. Is that not true?
Well, I'm asking, I wanted to make sure that it
That's the
suited
date.
you.
That's the date. No,
Oh, that's the
no,
date.
no,
Mr.
no.
Dixon says that's the date.
We're not
That's what I was afraid of.
entertaining
And I
was afraid of.
And I always listen to his legal advice. Okay.
Do we have an idea of how, will that be a blocked time or will we have
You'll have the whole day.
The
whole
entire
day? Fantastic. Good.
Okay.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
And you can, at that point, people will have the opportunity to ask you questions of your testimony, and then the board will have the opportunity. That's the stopping point that we made. Okay?
Perfect. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. zoning appeals back to order here, and what we have on this afternoon's agenda, which was supposed to be this morning, is case number 6573. So, Mr. Dixon, could you introduce the file for us, please?
All right, case 6573, a request for conditional use for a retirement village. The site is located at Piney Ridge Parkway and bounded by Johnsville Road and Freedom Avenue on property zone R10,000, residential 10,000, and election District 5 by JPB Johnsville LLC in care of Mike Kalanock. Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, sections 158.075.01, 158.075.03, C2, 158.002, and 158.161. The site visit is tentatively scheduled for July 16th, 2025 at approximately 9:50 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Site minutes. There's a July 15, 2025 memorandum from Carly Falat, Comprehensive Planning Technician, to the board. The above referenced BZA case has been reviewed for consistency with the policies and recommendations contained in the Freedom Community Comprehensive Plan, the Carroll County Water and Sewer Master Plan, and other functional plans. Planning staff finds that this request for conditional use is consistent with the Freedom Community Comprehensive Plan. There's a July 15, 2025 letter from Daphne Daly, Secretary to the Planning Commission, to the board. After having reviewed the information contained in the attached analysis, the facts as presented in the application, the relevant portions of the applicable comprehensive and other functional plans, and in accordance with the land use article, this conditional use request, if granted, is consistent with the policies, timing of the implementation of the plan, timing of development, timing of rezoning, and development patterns. There is a response to Joe Vance's request of various state and local agencies from Janet O'Meara, Bureau Chief, Resource Management. Comments, see attached comments from Pat Varga. There's a response to Joe Vance's request of various state and local agencies from Thomas Harris, Permits and Inspections. All comments from a permits and inspection standpoint will be addressed during the site plan and building permit process. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Laura Matias, Bureau Chief, Development Review. A site development plan is in process with development review. There is a response from Anastasia Yemelyanova, Zoning Administrator. The applicant went through the Planning Commission review of the concept site development plan prior to the authorization of conditional use by BZA for a retirement village. All applicable requirements will be addressed through the site plan process. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Lisa Staley, Carroll County Environmental Health Department. Comments? No comments. There is a response from J.P. Smith Jr., Program Manager, Ag Land Preservation Program. This property is not in ag preservation. I have no comment at this time. Hearing notice in the newspaper, June 30th, 2025. Hearing notice was posted June 25th, 2025 by Zoning Inspector Scott Robinson. Joe Vance sent her request to various state and local agencies June 24th, 2025. Then there's an application. The application includes plans by CMS Associates LLC. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. We'll go ahead and move the file into evidence. If you have any electronic devices, I'd ask that you silence them And if you didn't sign in on the sheet there on the side, make sure that you do that before you leave, the clipboard there on the side. If you plan on testifying here today, I'm going to ask that you stand and you take the oath. So if you plan on testifying, stand, just take the oath. I don't care if you don't go to the end, I don't have to repeat this then if you do go to the microphone. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Yes.
Very good, you can have a seat. Make sure that when you go to the microphone that you state your name, address, and occupation, and spell for the record your last name. Okay? Ms. Miller.
Good afternoon. I almost said good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. Kelly Schaefer Miller, 73 East Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. I am here today on behalf of the applicant in this case. Is it okay if I proceed with my opening?
Yes, absolutely.
As Mr. Dixon introduced in the file, this is a request for a retirement village on the proposed subject property. This property is zoned R10,000. It is just over 3 acres in size. I want to be clear because I think on the plans and things it can get a little confusing. This property is adjacent to a second parcel, excuse me, that is zoned C1. And the 2 parcels together comprise a site plan that's being reviewed and processed through the Bureau of Development Review at the county for a comprehensive project of retirement village development over both parcels. In C1, a retirement village is a principal permitted use, so there is no additional zoning approval that is necessary. But over in the R10 zoning district, it is a conditional use. That requires us to be before this board. So although it's all included on and being processed as one site plan with county file S230017, and let me just take a second I have a copy of the plan that if I can see this thing.
Pardon me.
How do I get into the?
You need a monitor down on the desk.
Okay. No, I'm good. Sorry. I just thought I was losing my mind. Yep. Okay. Apparently I had an old flash drive in my folder and I didn't plug the correct one in. Either that or my computer lost its mind on me. Well, this is why we're gonna go with a paper copy. My computer somehow overwrote my exhibits. Like, how is that possible? Maybe not. Never mind. Okay. It just remembers me, apparently. Here we go. So this is a copy of the plan that is in the file. I'm also going to hand you all a hard copy so that you've got one in front of you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. So what's being shown on the screen is also what's marked, and we've got another copy that will be available up here if anybody needs to take a look at it too. I'll set right here. So what's being shown on the screen and what's within that packet marked as applicant's Exhibit 1 is really the plan that accompanied this application. This is part of the site plan that's being processed for the properties. And what I want to point out to you is that that red dashed line on there, if you can see that, that indicates the R10 portion of the property. The R10 zoned portion of the property. The rest of the property, which is actually today is a separate parcel, is zoned C1. So that is not part of the request here today because this use is a by right use in that zone. But
just so that you can kind of understand, it's almost like a master plan development, if you will, over these 2 parcels that's being processed, only half of which requires a conditional use approval before this board. So collectively, these 2 parcels are about 6.64 acres, and there are a total of 31 units being proposed. And you'll hear testimony as to the specifics of the units, but there's a total of 31 units being proposed. About 13 and a half, because of that zoning line, you see that dashed line cuts through kind of one of the units. About 13 and a half of them are on the property that is zoned R10,000. Okay? Because this is classified as a retirement village, the code requires that a site plan be submitted and be reviewed by Planning Commission for design, density, and traffic prior to coming to this board for any BZA approval. So this plan did go before the Planning and Zoning Commission. This is akin, if recollection helps you, this is similar to the St. John Properties request at the farm in Eldersburg, where we went through a planning commission process. Planning Commission certifies to certain elements of the plan, and then we come to the board. It's a unique process, unlike most of your conditional uses where someone has not already submitted a site plan. In this case, a site plan has been submitted and has been substantially reviewed. In fact, the original site plan here was submitted in July of 2023. In May 20th, is when the site plan went before the Planning and Zoning Commission for its initial review and certification of the design, density, and traffic components of this.
Okay, let me ask.
Yes.
Policy years ago was that it came before the Board of Zoning Appeals in order to get its density before it went to the Planning Commission? Predated you, probably.
That may have predated me, because my recollection is that of most recent history, they changed the class. It didn't used to be called a retirement village. That's a new term. But there was a use category that was a senior use category that required a Planning and Zoning Commission review and certain approvals before it could make its way to BZA. And my understanding is that that has kind of continued substantially similarly. It's just now under the new code called out as a retirement village use.
Okay.
So on May 20th, it did go to Planning and Zoning Commission, who did certify to the design, density, and traffic. We'll run through the minutes of that meeting, but the minutes are also included in that exhibit packet that you have in front of you. So then the application was made to this board for the conditional use approval of this specific plan. If we are granted the approval by this board today, then we would return to the site development plan process, where ultimately we would have to go before the Planning and Zoning Commission for final site plan approval of the plan. So you'll hear Mr. Kalinak will sort of outline the various iterations that this plan has been through since it was initially filed, but today, and as we intend to process through final plan approval at Planning and Zoning Commission, this is the plan that we're looking at with, like I said, a total of 31 units, about 13 and a half of those units being on the property that you are tasked with looking at, which is the R10 zoned property. I will briefly point out that when you hear some of the iterations that this plan has gone through, you might be like, wow, this is various different designs have been considered for this site. And the reason, not the reason for that, but the allowance for that is that the county code provides for certain density maximums for these retirement villages. So in the R10 zoning district, the density maximum says that density shall not exceed 1 unit per 3,000 square feet. So if you take this site and apply that math, there is a potential for over 96 units on this site. But what you're seeing and what Planning Commission has so far approved from a density perspective is a total of 31 units. Again, 13 and a half of which are on the R10 zoned site. So I see a little confusion. Hopefully we're going to talk you through how we got here and where we are in our testimony. But if you have any questions, don't hesitate to jump in as well.
I have a quick question. What's
Yes.
a half unit?
Well, it's really just because this plan is being processed as one site plan for 2 parcels. So if you see that red dashed line, see how it's kind of cutting through that one unit? It's just the zoning line. When this gets developed, those parcels would be consolidated and this will feature as one cohesive property, but the zoning line happens to cut kind of through the unit on the plan.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Can we ask questions in this time?
Go ahead.
Ms. Miller, can you, so for those properties that are across the line right now, they'll all be consolidated under a single zoning code?
Okay, so this triangular piece that's outlined with the red dash,
Right?
that is all currently zoned R10,000.
Right.
This portion down here is all zoned C1.
And we're only concerning ourselves with what's inside the red triangle.
R10, correct. However, kind of to answer Mr. Caldwell's question, they are under common ownership. And so said ownership has processed a development plan that will provide for a cohesive development over the 2 parcels, which you can do. Okay, the zoning will not change. It's just that ultimately those parcels will probably be consolidated just to become one big piece, and then there will be a condo regime that covers the retirement homes, or not the retirement homes, the age-restricted houses on here. But nothing about the zoning will change. It's just it will be a split-zoned property.
Okay, I'm just concerned about somebody who owns one of those properties that cuts across. One part of it is going to be in a commercial zoning, and another part is going to be in residential.
It's a use that's allowed in both zones. A retirement village is a use that's
Or if
allowed
they're
in both
trying to do
zones.
something to the property, I'm going a little bit beyond condo rules. I'm trying to figure out what happens if they do something that doesn't quite fit in one, but it works in the other.
I don't think that is a concern. And
Famous
the
last
reason
words.
I don't think that is a concern is because this plan is being processed showing the retirement village dwelling unit. That is a use that is allowed in both zoning districts. If someone wanted to put a deck on there that was an accessory to that, it would be allowed in either zone. So I don't think that that's a concern for this board, or that has been raised by any other county agency to date. Normally, if development review had a concern of that, what I would say is that would have come up pretty early in the planning stages as well. That has been raised occasionally over the years on split zone properties. That has not, no one has raised that concern, so I don't have that concern, nor do I think anyone else from a review perspective has that concern.
Thank you for the education. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it.
You're welcome. Thank you. So with that, I will call my first witness.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Kalanok, can you please introduce yourself, stating your name and address?
Good afternoon, board members. Mike Kalinok, Kalinock. I work out of 7556 Teague Road in Hanover, Maryland.
And are you here today as a representative of JPB Partners?
Yes.
Can you just generally explain to the board what JPB is and does?
JPB Partners is a family-run business. They have a portion of the company that acquires small to middle-market companies, helps them grow. And then we have a real estate group that I oversee where we acquire, manage, and develop real estate projects, mostly in the central Maryland area.
Okay. And what is your position at JPB?
Senior Vice President.
And is it correct that JPB controls the LLC that owns both of these parcels of property?
Yes.
Did I accurately describe sort of the site plan and I'll call it an overall master plan just because it's for 2 parcels?
Yes.
Okay. And the plan that is being shown on the screen, is that an exhibit? Sorry, Mike, can you grab that packet?
This is just my stuff.
Well,
Yeah.
here. Yep, so that, here, grab that packet there for me. I just want to make sure. So, what I've labeled as applicant's exhibit 1 is that master plan that we've been talking about, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to ask that applicant's exhibit 1 please be entered.
And we will accept that into evidence.
Thank you. Mike, approximately how long have you been involved with potential development on this property?
Since late 2020, when we started talking to the prior owner of the 950 Johnsville parcel, which is not the subject parcel, but the first one along Johnsville Road.
And is it true, you heard me speak to this in my opening statement, but is it true that this project has gone through several iterations of design since JPB has acquired the property?
Yes.
Can you just generally walk us through the history of design here and why that has occurred?
Sure. So originally, we acquired the land with the thought of developing a project similar to Snowden Creek off Oklahoma Road, which is a senior for rent project. We developed a similar project down in Laurel, Maryland. There's a growing demand for rent project for 55 plus that's not being met in Maryland. So the original plan just on the 950 parcel was a 67 unit apartment, 4-story project. It wasn't submitted. We nixed it, for lack of a better term, coming out of the pandemic. Inflationary pressure just made construction costs prohibitive, especially a project that doesn't have enough density. So following that, we worked with a national home builder, NVR, who had done the, I believe it's 44 Liberty, the 3 condo buildings that were developed. They were going to develop something similar. We had designed and submitted to the county a 54-unit, 3-building project, just still on the 950 piece. Subsequently, in 2023, we acquired the subject parcel, 915 Liberty, from the Archdiocese of Baltimore, but working with St. Joseph Catholic Church. And at that point, we submitted plans for both pieces that included the 3 condo buildings as well as villas just on the subject property. That builder pulled out of the deal, so we stepped back and looked at something that we thought would fit. We had several community meetings. We wanted to do something that addressed some of the concerns by the neighboring homeowners, and we also wanted to do something that, should the market conditions change, it's probably a little bit more safe and foolproof for other builders that may want to step in and do that. So it's morphed now today into these 31 units, 2-story villas.
And you just spoke to the community involvement. Is it true that there have been several community meetings and community input on the design of the site?
Yes, we held, prior to any submissions, we held a community meeting. We met with both churches, Wesley Freedom, who's on one corner opposite Johnsville, and with St. Joseph Catholic Church prior to purchasing the subject property. We had community meetings just to let people know who we were, what we were thinking about. We had subsequent meetings per county regulations with the community. I had several one-on-one meetings with members of the community that just wanted to discuss what we were thinking.
And some of those meetings resulted in a reevaluation of the design, like you just spoke to, the concept of the 2-story villa instead of a multi-story condo use, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And to date, have you had the opportunity to personally walk and observe this property, the subject property?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the existing conditions of the subject property?
Yes.
Can you just generally describe the existing conditions? And while you do that, I'm going to turn you and have you look at applicant's exhibit 2. Is this an aerial showing the subject property sort of outlined in a red box?
Yes, and it is basically mass graded land. And as you see, some tree line in there. The church has used this parcel, or had used this parcel, for events and different things prior to selling it to us.
I'd like to ask that applicant's exhibit 2, that aerial photo, be entered, please.
And we will accept that into evidence.
And you are here today, Mike, requesting conditional use approval for a retirement village. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that the term retirement village is a defined term in the county code?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the definition handy?
I do.
Okay,
I do.
can you read that definition for us?
A development consisting of single-family, two-family, and/or townhouses designated to meet the needs of and exclusively for the residences of senior citizens or couples where either occupant is a senior citizen.
Okay. And then the term senior citizen is a defined term in the code as well, correct?
Yes.
Can you read that definition for us?
A person of at least 55 years of age.
Okay. And do you believe that the plan that has been attached to the application and shown here today meets the definition of what is considered a retirement village?
Yes.
can you, I mean, you explained that this plan is showing two-story villas, but can you just sort of walk the board through what the plan shows? And if you need, this mouse has a little bit of a lag, but if this is helpful to sort of point, maybe I'll start off. Can you walk us through this section of the plan?
Yeah, and admittedly, I get a little nervous when I speak publicly, so I'll probably be a little shaky. But so the plan consists of what's going to be pads of 3 units up to 6 units maximum. You'll note throughout the project a lot of bioretention ponds that are for quality control and stormwater management. It will have an off-site stormwater management, which is on this would be on the lower left corner across Johnsville. There's a regional stormwater management pond that we will be tapping into. We plan to do some limited amenities. The ultimate builder for this project is Williamsburg Homes. They've been a custom builder for many years out of Howard County, and in the last 10 years have been doing active adult communities as well. So they have asked that we provide some basic amenities that would likely include bocce ball, social gathering areas, grills, et cetera, but nothing of significance. No clubhouses are required. So as part of our site plan, that will be added to this.
Okay. So where I'm showing the mouse right now, sort of sliding along these are some of the units on the R10 zoned piece of property, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then these are the 2.5 sort of other units that are within the R10 zoning district, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the remainder of the units are proposed in the C1 property, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now these 2 units here will be accessed from this private shared access right here off of Piney Ridge Parkway, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then all of these units will access onto Freedom Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
And you explained that they're 2-level villas. Do they have a basement?
They do not.
Okay. And in terms of the restriction on these units, these will be restricted to citizens over 55 years old, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I was sitting observing a community of 13.5 villas that of retirement 55 years and older, what would I see happening there?
Probably not a whole lot different than you would see in a normal community, less children. Not to say that grandkids can't visit, but they're not permitted to live there full time. I would imagine that in our studies, we've really done at JPB a lot of studying in the senior industry. It's something that we are pursuing in other markets as well. Is the typical buyer for these villas is usually between 70 and 75, so they're still quite active. A lot are still working, but not necessarily the career job they had. So you may have folks coming and going, and you'll see them outside, hopefully interacting with folks. It's usually people who just want to live with people of similar age that now have similar interests.
So pretty akin to just a normal residential use in terms of the residents of the home will be coming and going and might be participating in some gardening or other outdoor activities.
Yes.
Okay. Were you present at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting on May 20th?
Yes.
And that part of that meeting was a review of this site plan, was it not?
Yes, it was.
And everything that you've just testified to was part of the presentation and explained to the Planning and Zoning Commission, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And do you understand that if you receive an approval here today from this board, that you still have to continue through a site development plan process and get an ultimate approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission of the county?
Yes.
Okay. Those are my only questions of Mr. Kalanock.
Okay, does anyone in the audience have any questions of his testimony? And let me explain. So the questions of his testimony, I'll give you your opportunity to give your own testimony later on, but questions of whatever he just said.
Yeah, just about.
Okay, go to the microphone. Remember the rules of the game. State your name, your address, your occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
My name is Joe Eberts, 946 Mary Mitch Court.
A little bit closer to the microphone.
Okay. Joe Eberts, EBBERTS, 946A Mary Mitch Court. We have the Piney Ridge Townhome community. Just curious about the storm management pond.
which one are they gonna be tapping into? Because we have the one that's across from Wesley Freedom and Pawnee Ridge Parkway.
So, I mean, Mike, if you're suited to answer, that's fine. If not, we are also going to call our engineer, who might be better suited
How
to
about if
speak
we
to the
wait? You
specific.
can ask that question of the engineer.
I'll try to make a note. I'll try to ask him to explain the stormwater.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, board members, any questions of his testimony? Mr. Caldwell?
With respect to the age restrictions, you said 55 plus, is that conforms with Maryland's senior housing requirements? I believe it allows children over 18 to reside there. Is that going to be the case?
Kelly, do you want to?
I will attempt to answer that one, Mr. Caldwell. So the Carroll County Code defines it as Mr. Kalanach just stated, which is a senior of 55 years of age. Now, it's been the county interpretation that if your spouse is 54, they can still live there with you, but you need to be 55. I don't know exactly how the restriction gets written into the deed, but there is a deed restriction that gets carried forward with this development that will say it's subject to the senior housing requirements of the county. So I don't know that the county would necessarily override the state in that regard, but there can be no school-aged child there, because really the gist of, I shouldn't say the gist because this is oversimplifying it, but the thing that you don't have to address if you are proposing senior housing in the county is school capacity, because there are no school-aged children residing there. So the county does have an interest in making sure that those restrictions are carried forth into the deed and enforceable, so that you don't exceed any sort of school capacity situations. Whether you're allowed to have an adult over 18 that's still a child, that may be the case as long as they're not a school-age child. I hope that was my best answer to your question.
There are some situations where I've seen it in condo rules, that if the parents are relatively young, 55 is the new 40 or 35 or whatever it is these days, but if they have junior children under the age of 18, they can actually live there if they are, under Maryland law, are the beneficiaries of the property. In other words, they receive the property, they can live there as a result of, a transfer and a will. But it's an unusual situation. Normally, they're encouraged to sell the property and move on. But I believe that Maryland law allows them to do that. The other question I have is about parking. I know this is a little bit beyond our scope here. How much parking is allowed for the units?
We are going to go through that in detail with the engineer's
All right,
testimony
fair
in
enough.
just a minute. So hopefully we'll answer your question, but if we don't, please feel free to chime in.
Okay, and those look like little racetracks. That's the water retention ponds?
Yep, right, bioretention. And again, Mr. Cenera will be able to speak in more detail to those.
Okay, and the water's circulated to avoid it being stagnant?
If we can let Mr.
We'll
Cenera.
Let him deal with that, okay.
I don't want to speak out of turn.
All right, fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any other questions?
Is it premature to talk about traffic impact, or is that going to be later?
Yeah, I'm assuming you'll have
There's a traffic engineer
the
there.
traffic
Yes.
engineer.
Place the whole 9 yards?
I've seen him before.
Mr. Dixon recognizes Mr.
I
Driven.
recognize, I'm
I don't know
like,
if that's good or bad, but.
Everybody's here.
okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller, you want to call your next witness?
Jeff, you're up. You can come up here. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, you were trying to kick Mike out of here. Jeff, can you please introduce yourself, stating your name, spelling your last name, and your address for the record?
My name is Jeff Cenero, last name Cinero. Address is 4925 Ellis Lane, Ellicott City, Maryland.
I have included a copy of Mr. Cenero's resume in the exhibit packet. It has been marked as applicant's exhibit 3. I am prepared to ask him all the qualifying questions. I am intending on asking that he be qualified as an expert in the area of land use planning and engineering.
I did a cursory review of his qualifications, and we will go ahead and accept him in the fields that you required.
Thank you.
I'm not finished reading his resume. I've been working on it for 40 minutes.
It's funny because we were giving him a hard time about that before this case started.
It's been a long time since I've actually put a resume together. So
Yeah,
It's a cursory.
All right, Jeff, have you been present for the entirety of this hearing and heard all of the testimony?
yes,
And have you been involved in the preparation and submittal of the site plan for this project to date?
I have.
Were you also involved in the preparation of the plan that accompanied this application?
I was.
And that's in fact what we have up on the screen here and what's been marked as applicant's exhibit 1, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. As part of your review and preparation and putting together this plan, did you examine the zoning, natural features, and topography of this property and the surrounding area?
I did, yes.
And what is the zoning of the subject property?
The subject property under discussion is R10,000.
Okay. And I am going to turn you to what's been marked. Well, wait, I'm sorry. Can I make sure that applicant's exhibit 3 has been entered, which is his resume?
And we hadn't done that yet, but we will accept that into evidence.
Thank you. Jeff, I'm turning you to applicant's exhibit 4, which is a copy of the county's zoning map. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Just keep going through all the pages of your
I
resume.
got it. I got it.
There you go. So the zoning of this property is R10,000, correct?
Correct.
And can you generally describe the zoning of the surrounding area?
Surrounding area majority is R10,000, except for the sister piece that we are concurrently proposed development on, which is to the southeast, and that is C1. The only other piece that is aside from R10,000 general area is catty corner to Piney Ridge and Jonesville, which is C1 as well.
I would like to ask that applicant's exhibit 4, which is the zoning map, be entered, please.
And we will accept that into evidence.
Jeff, I'm going to turn you back real quick to applicant's exhibit 2, which is the aerial, because you just talked about the zoning of the surrounding area, but I'd also like you to describe some of the use of the surrounding area.
Surrounding the property, it's bounded by Freedom Avenue, Johnsville, and Piney Ridge. Freedom Avenue, of course, on the more south side is residential single family. Not developed specifically to that zone because it was actually seemed to be developed as a cluster because our 10,000 is a minimum of 10,000 square feet per unit or per dwelling unit, and those lots seem to be about 5,000 to 6,000 square feet each, so there seemed to be a cluster development. To the across the what we call across the street of Johnsville, there's a stormwater management pond that we eventually dump into, which we can get a little bit later. Single family also to that side as well. There are a type of townhouse on the opposite side of Piney Ridge, as well as the St. Joseph Catholic Church, which is across Piney Ridge as well.
Thank you. And Mike did a basic walkthrough of the layout of the site and the plan that's up on the screens and that everybody has as applicant's exhibit 1. Can you just let's go into a little bit more detail there. In terms of the units themselves, are there garages planned with these units?
There are 2 car garages associated with those units.
Okay. And do the units all have a driveway proposed?
They all do. The driveways at a minimum around 30 feet long and all are 18 feet wide, which accommodate 2 cars to be parked in the driveway.
So you said a 2-car garage and a driveway that can accommodate 2 cars, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What is the code requirement for parking?
2 parking spaces per unit.
Okay. So in terms of I guess it's difficult to break down between the R10 piece and the C1 because 31, as Ms. Ford Mount pointed out, a half of a unit is kind of bizarre. But in total, for the 31 proposed units across both parcels, what does that come to in terms of required parking?
Well, I can do that math for the first parcel, because that would be 37 spaces.
Okay, there you go.
But no, we, across the total, it's 126 spaces that we provide.
Okay, and the required parking is 62 spaces, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that was all reviewed as part of Planning Commission's review during their May 20th meeting as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So each unit will provide 4 of its own spaces, correct? In terms of 2 in the driveway and 2 in the garage.
That's correct. There's no overflow one to the other. Each unit has 4 potential parking spaces.
Okay. And Mike spoke to this, but just to confirm, these units here on the plan access Freedom Ave, correct? Or
That's
is that
correct.
correct? So their driveways are right here.
Correct.
Okay. And the units over here are accessed via this shared access.
Correct.
And but they still have a driveway that's right here to the shared access, correct?
Correct. Piney Ridge is limited to 1 access per this property, so that shared access drive is really a private drive with driveways accessing it onto Piney Ridge.
Okay. Now, as part of a senior living community, there's a good bit of open space, correct?
Correct.
And how would the maintenance of the common areas be provided for in a development like this?
Some type of HOA associated with this. To my knowledge, and Mike may correct me, but I think to my knowledge, the units are what, like a condo type scheme, or what's being owned. The land will actually be owned by an entity and or an HOA combined for the property itself.
Okay. And is it true that this property is in the water and sewer service areas?
That's correct.
Okay, so is it the intent for this property to develop on public facilities?
That's correct.
Were you present at the May 20th, 2025 Carroll County Planning and Zoning Commission meeting?
I was.
And part of that meeting was a discussion of this plan, was it not?
It was.
And in section 158-161 of the county code, can you just read for us what that requires?
I can. Section 158, 161 of the county code, the authorization of conditional use for a retirement village shall be subject to prior concept site development plan and traffic study review and determination of density, exterior design, and site layout by the Planning Commission. The determination of density shall not be increased at any subsequent site plan reviews.
So during its May 20th meeting, the Carroll County Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the site plan and approved those elements as required under that section of the code, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I will turn you to applicant's exhibit 5, which is a copy of the meeting minutes from that Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Jeff, can you turn to page 3 of that, if you will? Is it true that page 3 of that begins sort of the narrative of the review for this plan during that meeting?
That's correct.
Okay. And then I'm going to turn you to page 7 of that, Jeff, if you would. The last paragraph under our plan review, does that say that the Planning Commission certified the requested determination of density, exterior design, and site layout for a retirement village?
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to ask that applicant's exhibit 5 please be entered.
And we will accept that into evidence.
Thank you. Jeff, are you familiar with other retirement village style developments in Carroll County and outside of the county?
I am, have done some in the past in other jurisdictions, but when we actually started this design, we looked at 44 Liberty, which Mr. Kalanock had already kind of mentioned, which was different than this, very much the large building condo type design, and then also Nell's Acres, which is more conducive to what this is. Ours has just a little bit more open space. There seems to be a little more dense of a property. But we did look at those two as kind of an example of what the county might be looking for and what we would look to design.
And in comparing the plan that we are providing with some of those others, would you say that we are more or less dense?
Less dense from the standpoint of 44 Liberty, but we are pretty much similar to the per acre. So we're less dense than what the Nell's development is.
Thank you. And you heard me in my opening statement speak to the density maximum for this project that's set in the code for the R10, I guess I should say for the R10,000 zoned portion of this. And it was my summation of that was that accurate?
That was accurate, yes.
Okay. Let me circle back real quick because I wanted to ask you. Okay, can you, if you recall the question about the stormwater ponds, can you please explain how the stormwater management of this site will work?
As far as the site as a whole, because it all kind of works together, we meet state code, which today's world, state code number 1 meets the fact that we provide environmental sensitive design volume control, which is basically what used to be called water quality. So we clean the water before it gets off site, and kind of the smaller storm, which seems to be studied to be the most erosive. So we deal with that on site. Additionally to that, to what would be the southeast corner, which is Johnsville and Piney Ridge, right across Jonesville from that is a regional stormwater pond. That was designed, I cannot remember the date, but it was designed for a larger area upstream, which upstream from that is our property we're discussing now and further up. And our property was given a certain designation for the amount of, let's say, water that can come off that site in any storm. And we have met that limitation for the design you see here. A lot of it contributed to the open space that we provide. But I should mention with that, the county has required that we make sure that the pipes that are under Johnsville Road or anything that transfers water from this property to that pond be in good condition, which there are some that aren't, and they will have to be upgraded as a part of this project. Additionally, the pond itself has to be back to original working conditions, cleaned up, a lot of things that really need to be done to that pond right now, and that's the responsibility of the developer to do as part of this project.
And in terms of the on-site facilities, and Mr. Caldwell might rephrase this, but I'm going to try to ask his question from earlier. In terms of, I actually found it interesting that he called these the racetrack-looking things, because that is, I see it. Can you explain how those work and what those are?
So the bigger question sometimes asked, are they mosquito traps? They are, this site, in fact, infiltrates very well, and that's what this type of design is based upon. And so the design is actually such that, and this is across statewide when you have these facilities, that they have to drain down within 24 hours. That there should be nothing sitting in those ponds from a standpoint of water within 24 hours. And they typically function the way they're supposed to. So yeah. If that answers your question from that standpoint.
I'll take a pause so that if there's any follow-up on the stormwater components.
I was just, in the current environment where we have severe storms, with lots of rain, sometimes, I think just the other day, we had 3 inches of rain in, New Windsor where I live, which is rare. I'd be concerned about those overflowing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Just for overview, we're required to deal with the 10-year storm for overflow from the standpoint of underground. In other words, a drop of rainwater hitting the ground, you won't see if it's a theoretical 10-year storm. If it's a 100-year storm, we provide a path, and we have to show that that path exists for it to go overground and not flood any houses that we're putting in and not flood anything that we know downstream. It should be able to make it to that pond before it rises high enough. The pond would have to rise high enough or not function for there to be any theoretical damage to somebody else, either downstream or upstream from us.
And Jeff, when you say 10-year and 100-year, can you explain what that concept sort of embodies?
Yes. It is a theoretical storm, which was based off of a long-time data. It doesn't mean that the storm happens every 10 years or every 100 years. It could happen 2 days in a row for all we know. And the storms have been getting worse. But we do have, in this context, the ability to handle that. Any water that goes into those facilities gets cleaned for the first 2-year storm, for that theoretical number, and then overflows into pipe systems underground to the pond itself. It's a little bit hard to describe the theoretical 10, 100-year storm issue. Those numbers and those calculations were based on studies that have been done over the years with how water flows and the hydrology of how it rains and groundwater is handled and so forth.
So just for my clarification, so you have within this community drainage that all drains to the pond across the street, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Thank you. That answers.
Thank you. Jeff, are you aware and familiar with the standards set in the case of Schultz versus Pritz?
I am. Yes, I am.
And are you aware of any adverse effects above and beyond those inherently associated with a use of a retirement village anywhere else? Like, is there anything that leads you to think that this proposal here today would create adverse effects above and beyond any other retirement village located elsewhere in the county?
No, not at all. Very similar to Nell's Acres, so. Yeah.
Okay. Those are my only questions of Mr. Cenero.
Okay. Questions about the stormwater pond now? Go ahead, come to the microphone. No, get to the microphone and then start speaking.
How's
There you
this?
go.
All right. Question I have, we're required to maintain the pond. Like, as of now, the inlet valve that comes from Johnsville and Piney Ridge Parkway, it's a big sinkhole. They got it all cautioned off with tape. That pond fills very quick. I'm just curious about, like, are you guys gonna be part of maintaining this now? Because, like, yearly, we got to take care of this 3 times a year.
To my knowledge, no, we're not. We're not responsible for maintaining. But we, to that point, the developer, as I had mentioned before, is required to go into that pond, the pond that you're maintaining, and fix it up to backwards. So if there's problems, in other words, with what's wrong with it now and some issues you're having, that should be redone as a part of this development.
Okay. Thank you.
So, let me get this straight. So that will be taken care of by this developer, the rehabbing of the existing stormwater pond?
Correct. That's already a requirement as a part of our concept approval.
I just wanted to make sure it was perfectly clear.
Yes, yes, sir.
What I thought I understood. Any other questions? Mr. Colwell?
Yeah, is there any provision for guest parking?
I'm sorry?
Guest parking.
Oh, guest parking. Other than basically the doubling of the amount of spaces required now. I mean, the driveways having 2 spaces is the only accommodation.
If somebody's having a party, how do they accommodate your guests?
The same way that the adjoining neighborhood would accommodate the guests.
Street parking.
Street parking.
Is that street wide enough behind the,
It is. We're talking about Freedom Avenue. Piney Ridge, they would not be, to my knowledge, not be able to park on. It's really Freedom Avenue and anywhere else that has the ability for parking. And there have been times, to my knowledge, in talking to the neighbors of Freedom Avenue, that they do have parties and there's parking on both sides. So there's still That street has been designed to have parking on both sides and still have emergency access.
Okay, what about the one within in the lower part of the site plan there? Yeah, that's right, in that area there.
Oh, that without parking on someone's grass is not conducive to necessarily parking on both sides.
All right, how wide is that?
24 feet.
24 feet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a quick question for the 1.5 or 2 units that are at the bottom. I'm sorry, I think I misunderstood what you said. So they have a shared driveway or a shared road to get to their units. And then you said there was a road to the common area. Is that a cut-through for people to come out onto this other road? Or is it just for those 2 units to get to the common? Or did I misunderstand what you said there?
I think there's, not that you misunderstood, there might be a misunderstanding. You're talking about the Piney Ridge area?
Yeah, I guess they're the 2 units that are at the bottom there. The 1.5, before that, they get cut off.
Cut off by the zoning line?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's fine. No, they physically, in the real world, when you go out there, that access road all those units will access, will look no different than the same driveway coming off of a unit and accessing that road. Does that make sense?
I guess what I'm asking is that the common area in the middle that the 2 units down here have access to, you don't cut through that to get to that other road, correct? It's just for those 2 units to get to that common area. So there's not gonna be like a flow of traffic coming through.
So I think,
might be-
is this what you're talking about right here?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
So that's not a road.
That's not a road. Those are contour lines to show the grading.
Oh, okay,
So those are
okay,
two lines that show the difference in elevation, basically, yeah.
Just the gray, the shaded gray is the private road.
Yeah, so
there's
just
there's
this shaded gray
connectivity.
area.
There's no connectivity to what's along Freedom Avenue and what's along Pine Ridge.
There is not.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I'm sorry, I
Yep.
misunderstood.
I have another question.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Caldwell.
Actually, it's for the developer as opposed to the site engineer. How many bedrooms are in each unit?
So they're designed for 3-bedroom. I don't recall if they have options, but the unit itself is 30 feet wide, 60 feet deep. But the traditional model that they provided to us is 3-bedroom.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
I have a question. Is there, I guess, for either one, a community center of any kind?
There won't be, nothing, no clubhouse
So
will be
no
built.
sporting complex, no nothing, it's basically just you live there and
Basic amenities.
go to
like
Life Fitness or whatever?
Right. Social gathering area, grill area where people can come out and congregate, but there will be no separate house or rec house, so to speak.
And no pool and none of that, okay?
It's a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
Mr. Snyder, you good?
I'm waiting for the next one.
Okay,
Thank you. I would next call Mr. Nick Dribbin.
wait a minute, I didn't give you a chance. Any further questions after?
We're good, thank you.
Okay, very good. I didn't see a puzzled look on your face. That was good.
Nick, can you please introduce yourself, stating your name, spelling your last name, and address, please?
Good afternoon. Nick Dribbin, D-R-I-B-A-N, Vice President with Lenhart Traffic Consulting.
And your address, Nick, please.
231 Naholes Road, Suite 250, Millersville, Maryland, 21108.
I've included Nick's resume in this packet as applicant's Exhibit 6. If you recall, he has appeared before you several times as an expert in the area of traffic consulting and planning. That's what I intend to qualify him here today. I'm happy to ask him any additional qualification questions if you're willing to qualify him on the basis of his resume.
We're willing to qualify him on the basis of his resume and his previous testimony in front of this board.
Thank you.
I can't find the other 35 pages.
I was going to say, you'll note that I've limited it to a single page for you.
I was going to say that, but I didn't want to
Wasn't
make you
rude.
feel bad.
So I would like to ask that applicant's Exhibit 6 be entered, which is Nick's resume, please.
And we'll accept that into evidence.
Thank you. Nick, have you been consulted in conjunction with this property to determine whether it would be required to produce a traffic impact study as part of the site plan process?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and I'm gonna turn you to what I've marked as applicant's exhibit 7. Can you explain your conclusion and use this exhibit in your explanation?
Yes. Applicant's Exhibit 7 is showing a trip generation analysis that I conducted. The trip generation for the site is based on national, state, and locally accepted standards for determining the amount of traffic generated by a given site. Obviously, in this case, we're dealing with senior adult housing, and it is single family. And so the numbers on this page and the analysis on this page is from the ITE Trip Generation Manual, which again is the standard manual for determining the amount of traffic. Within that manual, you have a number of different uses ranging from different types of residential, so non-age restricted, age restricted, apartments, what have you, to retail, to office, to shopping centers. And for each one of those uses, there's empirical data that's been collected over the course of the last 30 to 40 years, still ongoing today throughout the country. And based on that data, for any given use, a set of equations have been developed to determine how much traffic that use will generate based on the size of that use. So in this case, we have 31 units of senior adult housing, as I stated, and based on the ITE Trip Generation Manual equations for that use, the site is projected to generate a total of 16 AM peak hour trips. When I say AM peak hour, I mean the busiest 1 hour during the morning. 18 PM peak hour trips. Again, this would be the busiest single hour during the evening. And then 8 trips during the peak hour on Saturday. That is a very small number of trips. Senior adult housing, generally, these folks aren't driving as much during your sort of typical rush hours when the roads are busy. A lot of their trips are going to be off-peak trips, and in general, they're not making as many trips as other types of uses. So it's a low trip generator. In this case, the county's threshold for requiring a traffic impact study is 25 trips or greater. And you can see from Exhibit 7 that the total number of trips during each of the peak hours is less than that 25 trip threshold. So no traffic impact study is required, and essentially it's considered a de minimis impact. It's a relatively negligible amount of traffic on the roads in the area.
So Nick, when you say the county's threshold, going through a site plan process, when an applicant submits a site plan to the county for review, part of the initial phase is to determine whether or not a traffic impact study is going to be required, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the county has a threshold for the amount of trips that trigger a full traffic impact study being required.
That's right, yes.
And so you have analyzed this and come to the conclusion that that we are well under the county's threshold, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the county review staff, engineering review staff, has agreed with this analysis as well, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, because if they didn't agree, they would still then require you to go through a traffic impact study, right?
That's right.
Okay. And just to clarify, trip generation rates that you just spoke to on applicant's Exhibit 7 is looking at the site comprehensively and not just for the portion of the site that is zoned R10,000, correct?
That's correct. It's for the total 31 units, which is both the R10,000 piece and the other zoned piece.
Okay. So would you say that this is, like, if we broke the two apart and you only looked at the one, it would generate even lower figures, correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's proportional. The equations are listed on the exhibit. There's a log value in there that I can't calculate off the top of my head, but yes, it would be a lower amount of traffic.
Okay. And this project is located on county roads, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Would it, as such, is it subject to county review for any sort of traffic impact or state review or both?
It is not subject to any state review. Since it's not located on state roads, it would be the county's guidelines and county review that dictate what's required.
Okay. And in your expert opinion, having looked at this, do you believe that the proposal meets or can meet, will meet all traffic requirements in the county?
Yes, as stated, it's a very low traffic generating site in terms of the use and in terms of the number of units, and it will meet the county's requirements in terms of traffic.
And in your career, have you had the opportunity to work with other age-restricted or similar, like, retirement-style developments?
Yes, I have.
Is there any traffic associated with this use that you've heard testified to today or that you're aware of that is greater than that generally associated with a retirement village or an age-restricted community?
I don't believe so. From everything I've seen, this is consistent with the typical senior adult housing type of unit.
Thank you. Those are my only questions of Mr. Dribbin.
Wait a minute. Any questions from the back? Okay.
Thanks. As you look at the traffic, so I'm assuming it's the level of effort required for the traffic study relative to what the initial snapshot is based on statistical analysis of the development itself. Is that correct? Whether you do a threshold, this level of evaluation or that level and so
Yeah,
forth.
it's the threshold is really, do you have to do a full, are you going to have significant amount of traffic enough that you have to do a full traffic impact study? So intersection counts, review how things are operating, or are you generating such an insignificant amount of traffic that you don't even need to do that because it's not going to have any noticeable impact?
Understood. So you don't, so part of your process was not looking at how the traffic from this location would impact the traffic control intersections nearby. Is that correct?
That's right. We're not required to under county guidelines because it's such a small amount of traffic.
Understood.
Yeah.
That's my question.
Okay, Mr. Caldwell.
Thank you. Just a quick question. When was the last time the county did an evaluation of the traffic on Piney Ridge Parkway?
That is probably a question not suited to any of us, the people
I'm
who
just curious
testified
because
to here today.
I use that, I go down to Liberty Road, I use that as a way to avoid going through the intersection of 32 and Liberty Road, which is always congested, dangerous. And so I was just curious if there was an impact there, because there's a four-way stop sign down at the bottom corner of this with Freedom, which has a lot of traffic going through. So I was just curious if the county had done a recent evaluation of that would impact your plans. One would hope so.
Yeah, as Ms. Miller mentioned, I can't speak to when the last time they may have done that evaluation is. I'm not aware. I would guess, this is just a guess, but anytime a larger development comes in that generates more traffic than this, they are required to do a traffic impact study. And so presumably, given general development in the area at some point within the last X number of years, say 5 years, again, just guessing, there probably has been some evaluation of this area, but that is all just conjecture. I'm not aware of when they would have done it. But what I can say definitively is the volume of traffic associated with this site. So taking the busiest peak hour, again, this is the heaviest volume of traffic on the roads during a single hour. So the PM peak hour is the busiest here. We have a total of 18 trips. Now, of those 18 trips, 11 are coming into the site and 7 are going out of the site. So it's not even 18 trips going the same direction. It's 11 in, 7 out. Some of those are going north, some of them are going south, some of them are going east. So you may have, from this development, during that hour that is really the sort of most problematic hour in the evening, you may have 2, 3, 4 cars going in a certain direction, which in a flow of, along that road, in a flow of hundreds of cars, you're not even going to see the effects of a couple of cars. So I think that's where, when we talk about the county's threshold of 25 trips, do you need a full study, or are you considered de minimis and don't need anything? That's why that threshold exists, because you wouldn't even see the impact of 3 or 4 cars at a given intersection from this site.
I'm just curious, because in this area, that area has been settled longer than I've been around in the county, so it's at least 12 plus years that's been well established, residential communities and rental communities. I was just curious if the increasing traffic flow on 32 spilling out, going through this way to avoid that intersection has actually gotten worse and the county's not really paying attention to it. It's just a thought. it doesn't impact your study, it's fine as far as I'm concerned. I'm just curious about the general impact, you know. It all adds up over time. Thank you.
Mr. Caldwell, we used to, when I was a kid, my dad would cut through Freedom Avenue. Freedom Avenue actually went through there, so that area has been a shortcut for
Okay.
60 years.
Okay.
Question I have, and this has nothing to do with the case. If you would have been required to do a traffic study, if it had been 25 plus trip generation per hour, would you have had to go as far as Route 32 and Route 26 as far as your traffic study?
That's a good question. So the way the ordinance works, the way the county's ordinance works, I simplified it a bit. So less than 25 is definitively no traffic impact study. From 26 to 50 trips, the county staff has the ability to require or not require, essentially decide whether a traffic impact study is to be conducted. So let's say we had 26 trips, just hypothetically. We would scope with the county based on the guidelines, which is to go to the next collector and collector roadway or higher. But they have discretion to sort of shrink or increase the study area a little bit based on the number of trips. So for something small like this, like senior housing, if we were a little bigger and we had 26 trips, they probably would not have us go all the way out to 26 and 32.
I was just wondering, because you said that,
Yeah.
both a county and a state did not require you to do a traffic study, and I was just wondering what might trigger that. But if it went to 50,
If it was above
and
50,
then you could assume that they would require a traffic study at the intersections of 26 and also 32.
yeah, if it was above 50, it would definitely require a traffic impact study, and then the scope of that gets set with both the county and state. Generally speaking, I was formerly a reviewer, a traffic impact study reviewer for SHA, and generally speaking, they will defer to county guidelines. So it's whatever the county guidelines say the scope should be. But yeah, for a larger development, if we're talking, 5, 6 non-age restricted apartment buildings on this site or something, and a couple hundred units, you're going to see a larger study area that would certainly include.
Like I said, it had nothing to do with but your testimony about not needing to go as far, I was wondering what might trigger to go out as far as either one of those state roads. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Any other questions? Good. Okay,
That concludes our presentation of testimony.
okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, can I please make sure that applicant's exhibit 7 be
yes,
entered? Thank you.
That has not been entered, and we will accept
Thank
that
you.
into evidence. Okay, do you have anything to add as far as testimony goes before Ms. Miller gives her summation comments? Either one of you? You're good? Okay. That's what we like, satisfied customers. Okay. With that, presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed and summations are in order. Ms. Miller, would you like to give your summation comments?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I just want to point out that a retirement village is allowed as a conditional use in the R20, the R10, and the R75 zoning districts. So this is a use that's recognized in those 3 residential districts, 3 of the 4 residential districts in the county. As I said in my opening statement, the bulk requirements of the code do set a maximum density allowance, but that then is still subject to a planning commission review and determination of density. In this case, this site, I should say both parcels together, under the maximum density allowance comes to 96 plus units being supported on this site. Obviously, what you have seen before you is much lower than that. That is because of the history and the kind of iteration of the different designs that they've gone through and the developers' desire to work with that neighborhood and provide a product that is consistent with the general neighborhood. This neighborhood is characterized by some institutional uses, as you'll see on that Google aerial, but also several single-family houses. And so these two-story villas will be much more compatible with those single-family houses than a four-story condo building. And that was kind of why this plan became what it did today, which is this total of 31 units across both parcels. I do want to point out also that it's being developed to the R10 standards. So even though part of the site is C1 zoned, we have met all of the standards for the full entirety of the project under the R10 requirements. In keeping with that, the code does set a parking requirement for retirement villages. And this has been something that legislatively we've adopted as the code that sets forth a requirement of 2 spaces per unit. We are providing double that. So while there are 62 required spaces, we are providing 124 spaces with this site. Yes, there may be an occasion where somebody has a Super Bowl party and there is street parking. That is not dissimilar from the entire surrounding neighborhood in this area, most of which is also zoned R10. And as Mr. Cenero pointed out, most of which is clustered development. So a lot of those lots are not 10,000 square feet. They're much smaller than that. And they do then rely on street parking to accommodate their parties, just like this piece may occasionally as well. So there's really no greater impact as a result of that from the proposed retirement village than if we were to develop this with single-family residential units, which would be a by right use. So I think all of that testimony and evidence here today has supported the fact that this meets the Schultz v. Pritt standard, the conditional use standard. We are not creating any adverse impacts beyond those of any other retirement village anywhere else in the county. If anything, I would suggest to you that we're a bit less intense because we are doing these villa-style townhomes and not a more dense product. Again, I'll remind you that in May, we appeared before the Planning Commission with some agency review already of the site plan at that point in time, and Planning Commission certified to the required elements under the code related to design, density, and traffic from their perspective as well. So this has gone through more of a substantial review than most of the projects you see that are getting to you first before they've submitted a site plan. And so that's why we're able to provide a little bit more sophisticated testimonial and a lot of the site design elements, because this is a unique process through the county code. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer them, but if not, we appreciate your favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
Okay, the hearing and record of this case is now closed, and in accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland, the board will now consider the case. Who wants to start?
I'll start.
Okay, Mr. Caldwell.
Textbook presentation, Ms. Miller.
Thank you.
You've got as far as I'm concerned, the developer is really taking pains to address the issue with the local residents. The product he's proposing to go into this space is fully compatible with the neighborhood. It'll look like it's just part of the neighborhood. It's not going to be something that sticks out as being different. It will just look and blend in beautifully. So it's tailor-made for it in that respect. Ideal use of that land. It meets Schultz versus Pritz quite clearly. It's not going to be any different anywhere else. I'm in favor of approving the conditional use for the retirement village.
Ms. Ford-Mount.
I feel the same way. I appreciate that you took the neighborhood into consideration, and it's certainly a much less dense application than could be put there. So I feel no reason not to approve it.
Mr. Snyder.
I have no problem with the project.
Mr. Olds.
I concur, and it's nice to see a responsibly approached project.
I reserve the right to not make any comment.
No comment, okay.
You're not going to tell us we're wrong on this one?
No.
When you back 50 years
You don't
ago.
have to.
I'm just glad you all see things
don't
as
have to.
clearly on this case as what I do. Okay, I'll introduce the motion.
All right, I'll give you one if you wish. With respect to case number 6573 before the Board of Zoning Appeals, that the board approve the request for a conditional use for a retirement village.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision, which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by this board. The board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the circuit court for Carroll County in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. Thank you very much, and this hearing is adjourned.